When you sleep, you enter into another world. Beyond that world lies the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host for the Doorway to Nightmare. I long, as does every human being, to be at home wherever I find myself. So wrote Maya Angelou, American poet. Another quote that pertains to our story would be, "Home is where you hang your hat." To be at home, for me, would mean to belong to something, to be a part of something special.
You say your husband is in real estate? I would think that he would want to live in the subdivision that he is trying to sell.
Oh, he found the house that we live in now before we moved. He decided it would be just the perfect place to raise a family.
So he decided.
Yes, he makes most of all the important decisions.
My late husband, rest his soul, made all of the decisions in our household. I raised 2 fine young men, both in the military, and kept the house in order. Oh, it was such a shame that he had that car accident.
I remember it well. Something about the brakes.
Oh, but it was a lovely funeral. Rest his soul.
Our mystery drama, The Red Hat Society, was adapted from the short story and written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and stars Crimson McKenzie and Annie Mick. It is sponsored in part by Swanage Press. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Moving to a new location can be somewhat traumatic to most people. There is, of course, finding a place to live, getting to know people, and the simple task of fitting in.
Why, yes, I have 2 sweet little kittens.
I love
I love lasagna. Oh, I like to paint.
They can't stand it when people do
gardening. I can't stand gum chewers. And I'm the Widow Nix. Very pleased to have you here.
Ladies, I now call this meeting of the Red Hat Society to order. Let's begin with the Widow Terrence reading the minutes from our last meeting.
At our last meeting, we discussed the bake sale that raised a little over $300 for the new music room at the high school. Widow Nick suggested a haunted house Halloween party as a possible fundraiser to be held this October for the Veterans Fund. The motion was carried and the Widow Nix was named as chairman for that committee. That was the only new business that was discussed, and we adjourned the meeting.
Thank you, Widow Terrence. Now, before we open the floor for any new business, I would like to introduce a special guest, Mrs. Laura Daniels.
Oh, please. That's not necessary. I'm thankful you invited me to come, Mrs. Dale.
She's been my next-door neighbor for the last 6 months.
Oh, did you buy the Oldfield place?
Yes. It's a little larger than what I wanted, but my husband insisted.
Do you have any children?
Not yet. My husband wants a large family. I would settle for 1 healthy child.
Children are overrated. They're all born defective. As children. Would it not be more expedient coming out as 18-year-olds and knowing everything?
Teenagers already know everything.
Now, before we overwhelm our guest, why don't we introduce ourselves? Of course, you know me, the Widow Dale.
Oh dear, well, I'm Widow Terrence, the secretary, although I don't know why.
I'm the Widow Johns.
I'm the Widow Styles.
And I'm the Widow Nix. Very pleased to have you here.
I'm the Widow Adams. Thank God.
All right, ladies, let's get on with our meeting.
It was nice to be out of the house for a change. And it was true. I did want to have a baby. I wanted a family just as much as Stephen did. Even on our wedding night, with me trying for my master's degree, all he could talk about was a large family.
I thought we might start with a boy and a girl. Then perhaps a set of twins.
Oh my goodness! You really want my hands full.
Eventually, we will have our own baseball team.
I love you.
I love you too.
After a year of trying, we had not had any success. Only a year married, and I began to notice the change in Stephen.
Perhaps you should go and see a doctor.
I've been to the doctor, Stephen. He said that I should have became pregnant on our wedding night. He suggested that maybe you should come get tested.
Are you saying that there is something wrong with me?
No, of course not.
Then perhaps you should go and see another doctor. It won't hurt to get a second opinion. Doctors can be wrong, you know.
Are you all right, dear?
What? Oh, I'm sorry. I guess my mind wandered a little.
That is quite all right, dear. My mind does a little wandering sometimes. I really don't know why I was voted to be secretary.
And no one else wanted the job. And you have the best handwriting.
What I asked you, dear, was how do you and your husband like River Corners?
Oh, it's very nice.
Boring, you mean?
Now, Widow Adams, while we may not be in New York or Atlanta, we do have our good points. The park is quite nice, and we do have the occasional concerts that our wonderful Arts Council provides.
Only if you like country and classical music. We certainly are a mecca of entertainment.
I did manage to go to the new movie theater. It was very lovely with reclining seats and cup holders, and the picture and sound were superb.
What was the picture?
I really don't know. I think that I fell asleep in the reclining seat.
What does your husband do, Mrs. Daniels?
He's in real estate. He wanted to open his own office and acquired the contract to that new subdivision.
Oh, yes, that lovely place. Gated community, tennis courts, swimming pool, a private lake.
Land taxes out the ass, monthly community dues, no maintenance, and a guardhouse where the so-called security sleeps. Oh, yeah, sounds like a fine place.
I would think that your husband would want to live there.
Oh, he found the house where we are at now. He decided that it would be perfect to raise a family in.
So he decided?
Yes.
My last husband, rest his soul, made all of our family decisions. I raised 2 fine young men, both in the military, and kept the household. It's a shame that he died in that car accident.
I remember now. Something about his brakes going out?
It was a lovely funeral, rest his soul.
Laura, you home?
In here?
I have a surprise for you.
Oh, I have one for you as well.
We are moving to River's Corner.
Where?
Oh, you are going to love it. Plenty of fresh air, lots of things to do, and the best part, I have already found a house.
Stephen? I wonder if we could talk about it first.
Nothing to talk about. I have already arranged everything. The closing papers were signed, and I thought it would take at least a month to pack everything. That's when the movers will come, next month.
It's just that this has come as a surprise.
Well, of course it has. You know I love to surprise my beautiful wife and the future mother of our children. I also understand that there is a doctor who is somewhat of a genius. Perhaps he can tell you why you can't get pregnant.
was overwhelmed. Stephen didn't even want to hear my news. I looked at the letter that I'd received just that morning. With my master's in forensic science, I had been offered the job as head of the department for the local sheriff's office. An impressive salary, my own department, my own office, all of it slipping away. I saw my degree gathering dust in a box in some small town that I'd never even heard of, 2 billion miles away from the nearest forensic lab, and I hated him for it.
Albert Einstein once said, "If you want to live a happy life, tie it to a goal, not to people or objects." It seems that Laura has unwillingly tied herself to her husband. Perhaps the ladies of the Red Hat Society can help her untangle the knot. I'll be back with Act 2 shortly. Stephen and Laura Daniels have recently moved to the small town of Rivers Corner. Stephen wants a large family. However, Laura has not been able to conceive, even though there is nothing wrong with her physically, according to the many doctors that she has seen. Her neighbor, the widow Dale, has invited her to join the Red Hat Society.
So tell us, Laura, has your husband been doing well in his real estate business?
So far, he has not sold the first house in the 6 months we've been here. Things are getting pretty tight.
Are you employed, dear?
Oh, my husband would rather I not work.
Oh, that was what my husband told me, rest his soul. He thought that the woman's place was in the home. Not for me, mind you. I built up my own business, and damn whatever he had to say.
You do make the best cupcakes, dear.
Oh, I suppose that he was still trapped in those societal rules that he had seen as a child. Rest his soul.
What happened to him?
Fell off the roof. Slipped on the ladder and broke his neck. Rest his soul. It was a terrible accident, but these things do happen.
It was a lovely funeral. Rest his soul.
At least it was over quick for him. My poor Harry, rest his soul, burned alive when the house caught fire. They said it was a faulty gas line, and you know how he loved his cigars.
So, you really are all widows.
So why do you think we call each other that, girl?
You see, my dear, I started this society 3 years ago. I was lonely after my dear William, rest his soul, passed away 2 years ago. There I was in that lonely old house with my pension and a hefty life insurance policy. I decided that there must be other lonely women in this town with the same problem, so I began contacting certain ladies who might want to have a monthly luncheon and perhaps help each other.
I'm so sorry about your husband.
My husband was a complete narcissistic know-it-all, royal pain in the lower region. I also threw a party when he passed. Rest his soul.
If you don't mind me asking, how did he die?
Fell into the lake while he was trying to catch the big one. I tried to warn him not to wear those slick shoes. Rest his soul.
It was such a lovely funeral. I so wish that my Richard had a lovely funeral. Rest his soul.
We had that memorial service for him, remember? I'm sure that he would have appreciated it, rest his soul.
Oh, you can't have a proper funeral without a body. Besides, the explosion took care of that.
Explosion?
It was a most tragic accident. Someone had taken some dynamite and...
Martha!
Oh, yes. There was a ruptured gas line in the car. My poor Richard turned the key, and that was the end of that, rest his soul.
Widow Terrence, did your husband die in an accident as well?
Oh, heavens no, dear. He passed after a rather short battle with cancer. He was in so much pain, rest his soul.
tell us more about your dear Stephen?
There really isn't any more to tell. He loves me. He provides a good home and is very caring. He really does love me in his own way. Will you excuse me?
I thought that I might find you in the ladies' room. There, dear. There isn't anything to get upset over.
I'm so sorry. You've been so nice to invite me to your luncheon, and here I am with morbid curiosity about your husband, and I don't even own a red hat.
Oh, my dear girl. You have absolutely nothing to be sorry about. I brought you here for a specific reason. I wanted to show you that you are not alone. We help each other out.
What made you think that I needed any help?
I have lived next door to you ever since you arrived. You don't think I know you need some help?
I still don't know what you mean.
Here, dry your tears. I think I know a good candidate for the Red Hat Society. When I see one.
I am getting the distinct impression that River's Corner is not the healthiest place to be if you are a married man. There seems to be an awful lot of accidents going on in this small community, perhaps more than even Laura knows of. I shall return shortly with Act 3. Six elderly ladies have formed what they call the Red Hat Society. Each of them are widows. Each of them, once a month, dress in their finest garments and don a dark red hat. They meet in the back room of a local restaurant to discuss potential fundraisers and helping each other out. Laura Daniels has been invited to their meeting, but what are the ladies' motives?
Is everything all right?
Yes, everything is fine. Laura just needed a moment to herself.
I'm fine now.
Splendid. We were all a little worried.
No, it's okay.
Shall we continue?
I have a question.
The chair recognizes the widow Terrence.
Laura, has your dear Stephen made sure that you were taken care of?
I'm not quite sure what you mean.
Well, how do I put this delicately? In the event that you found yourself facing the world on your own, has your dear husband provided for you?
Oh, for Christ's sake, does your old man have a life insurance policy?
Oh, yes, we both do. That was another decision that Stephen made very early in our marriage. He said that it was the best thing to do, and it would help when we had children.
Which you don't have yet.
It was all Stephen ever talked about, having children. It began to grate on my nerves every time that he brought it up. A week after we moved to River's Corner, he started it all over again.
Good morning. How is my future mom-to-be?
I'm fine. Coffee?
Yes, that would be wonderful. Oh, by the way, you have a doctor's appointment this afternoon.
I haven't made any appointment with a doctor.
I already took care of that for you. You know, about your little problem.
Oh. Is he going to test both of us?
Now, I thought we had already discussed that matter.
Yes, Stephen, you're right.
I have
right.
told you that there isn't anything wrong with me. I am in perfect health.
Yes, Stephen.
Which would logically mean that the problem lies somewhere within you. Now, Do I have to make you understand that yet again? You know how much I hate to help you to understand.
No, Stephen. I understand.
Frankly, I would have thought that the last time would have been enough understanding.
I do, Stephen. I really understand.
What exactly do you understand?
That I need to go see a doctor.
Well then, that is settled. I will pick you up for the appointment this afternoon.
Ladies, I do believe that it is time that we come to a decision. Laura, would you please wait outside for just a moment while we discuss some personal society business?
Laura!
Stephen! What are you doing here?
Quite obviously having lunch. Did you call that other specialist yet?
I was going to this afternoon.
Must I do everything myself?
Please, Stephen. Not in public.
I can't speak to my own wife in public?
Please, just lower your voice.
I will call the doctor for you, yet again, and I expect you to be home when I arrive. Do you understand that?
Yes, Stephen. I'm almost finished here.
Yoo-hoo! Laura! We're ready, dear.
Please, Stephen. You're hurting my arm.
Is that how you talk to your husband?
Please let go. No, please let go. I'll be there soon. May I please go back to lunch?
Of course. Anything for my darling wife.
Everything all right, dear?
Yes.
Well, this will put a smile on that pretty face. It is by unanimous decision that you should become a full-fledged member of the Red Hat Society.
Oh, my.
Here you are, my dear.
What's this?
Why don't you open it up and find out, dear?
Such pretty wrapping paper. Oh, my. A hat? A red hat?
I picked it out, dear. I hope that it fits.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
Now, ladies, we only have one more piece of business to discuss. Who would like to volunteer the arrangement of Stephen Daniels' accident? Rest his soul.
Laura Daniels smiles as she puts the coveted red hat onto her head. She smiles again as she sees every hand go up to help her with her little problem. I shall return with a final word shortly. Stephen Daniels' accident happened a week later. As I understand it, he was inside one of the new homes that he was trying to sell when the ceiling collapsed on top of him, crushing him to death. It was a lovely funeral. At least, that is what the widow Dale told me. Rest his soul. Our cast included Annie Mick, Crimson McKenzie, Mark Wheeler, Kristen Buress, Minerva Faith, and Julia Sanders. The entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
So, where are you from?
Why do you want to know?
Oh, I was just trying to make conversation.
Do you always pick up hitchhikers?
Well, as a general rule, no.
Then why did you pick me up?
I don't know. Sometimes I get a little voice that tells me to help people. So I do.
Maybe you shouldn't listen to that little voice.
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it. When you sleep, you enter into another world. Beyond that world lies the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host through the doorway to nightmare. Many years ago, hitchhiking was almost the norm for certain travelers. According to them, it was a great way to see the country. It is not as common as it used to be, but on occasion, it still happens.
So, where are you from?
Why do you want to know?
Oh, I was just trying to make conversation.
Do you always pick up hitchhikers?
Well, as a general rule, no.
Then why did you pick me up?
I don't know. Sometimes I get a little voice that tells me to help people. So I do.
Maybe you shouldn't listen to that little voice.
Our mystery drama, A Dangerous Game, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and stars Kristen McKenzie and Winslow Swan. It is sponsored in part by Swanage Press. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. The open road still calls, like a nearly forgotten song of childhood. Perhaps Carl Sagan began his journey by hitchhiking. To see a complete stranger on the side of the road and make the conscious decision to pick them up is something that can be thrilling and dangerous.
Yes, Daddy, I got plenty of gas. No, I won't have to stop again for a while. How's Uncle David? Well, tell him I'm looking forward to our fishing trip, too. No, Daddy, I just got this one job to do, then I'll be there. Oh, it shouldn't take more than a day. Okay, Dad. Yes, I'll be careful. Ain't I always? See you and Uncle David on Friday. Such lonely country. Not a sign of a store. Nothing. Why did I come this way? Wish the radio worked. Oh. Now what's he doing out here? Need a lift?
Yes, I do.
How far are you going?
As far as I can.
My name's Claire. Claire Browning.
I'm Todd.
Just Todd?
Just Todd.
Well, how long were you out there, Todd?
Just a couple of hours.
You from here?
No, Atlanta.
Oh! That's where I'm heading back to. My parents live there and I'm on my way to go visit them. What part of Atlanta you from?
You sure do play a dangerous game.
What you mean?
Well, you just picked me up, a complete stranger, and...
Not a complete stranger. I know your name's Todd and you come from Atlanta.
Well, no, that's only what I told you. How do you know my name isn't Steve from San Diego or Paul from New York?
All right, point made. Should have thrown you out now or wait another mile.
If you had been smart, you never would have picked me up in the first place.
Ooh, very ominous. Did you just get through murdering an entire family?
Well, as a matter of fact, yes, I did.
I only do that on Tuesdays. Why, Todd, I do believe that I should be driving you to the local police station. You know where it's at?
They were a nice family, the Stevens. Picked me up just before the Texas border. But boring? He was an accountant and just went on and on about IRAs and 401k plans and...
Well, you had no choice but to kill him. Took care of an accountant, put the rest of the family out to misery.
How do you know that I'm not telling you the truth?
Because a killer, a real one, never go into the details.
Are you sure?
I am. Real killer would woo their victims into a false state of security before plunging the knife in.
Oh, no, I hate knives.
Oh.
Too much blood. No, I prefer the old-fashioned way of clenching my hands around their necks.
Oh, too much work for my taste. And I'm a small girl, small hands. And if you don't do it right, they may not die.
I see your point.
Well, how do you feel about guns?
Oh, well, they're okay if you're in a hurry.
My kind of killer. Like to take your time doing things, don't you?
I have never been known to rush things. Mind if we stop and get something to eat?
I was just gonna ask you the same thing. Hopefully there's something at the next exit. I need to take a bathroom break as well. No, Daddy. I'm still in Texas. Well, yes, I'm being careful. What? And you saw this where exactly? Oh. Well, you know you can always trust the internet. I'm sure a killer is lurking on the roadsides, just waiting to be picked up by the police. No, Daddy. I ain't picked up anyone. You know me better than that.
Or does he? And something else has been said that has even me a little worried. Claire seems like a level-headed young woman who would never purposefully put herself in danger, but it seems that perhaps she has. We shall know more when I return with Act 2. There have been many famous people who have seen the country through the form of transportation known as hitchhiking. There seems to be a sort of freedom that comes with the mystery of meeting someone new.
Oh, I wish the dang radio worked.
What's wrong with it?
Oh, I don't know. I think the fuse blew about 100 miles ago. Dang rental cars.
Do you rent a lot of cars?
Well, yes, I do. So what do you do for a living?
I thought you knew. I'm a serial killer.
Is there much money in that? Yes, we did that bit already.
No, I really am.
Oh, sure. You hitchhiked to all your crime scenes. Ditto.
It just so happens that the car I took from my last victim broke down. I'm surprised you didn't pass it.
Oh my goodness, was it a Ford? My daddy swears by him, but everyone I've had's done me wrong. How'd you do it?
How did I do what?
Well, how'd you kill your latest victim?
Oh, that. Actually, it was a family.
So you weren't lying before?
I never lie.
Okay. So how'd you do it?
They weren't home. So I broke in and hid until they came in. I listened to them, happy, talking about their day. Typical family, 2 teenagers, mother, father.
Patient, are we? Where'd you hide?
I was in the hall closet. crouched behind some boxes.
Must have been pretty cramped.
You'd be surprised how long I can stay in one position.
And they didn't hear you?
I'm very quiet.
Well, I can see that. All right, go on. What happened?
Well, they were starting dinner. I heard the mother in the kitchen. The kids were setting the table. Dad was watching the news. I listened to them sit down. They said grace. Imagine it. They were praying for the food they were about to receive, not knowing that death was waiting for them, that I was waiting for them.
So how'd you present yourself?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, you didn't just jump out and say, "Hi, I'm your serial killer." Please say a different prayer, because you're really going to need it tonight.
I waited until they went to bed.
You broke into someone's home, hid yourself, just waited all day, part of the night just to kill him?
Well, that's pretty much it, but I tell it better.
Did you rape the wife?
I beg your pardon?
Well, come on. You're a pretty good-looking guy. I don't suppose you have any problems in that department. I was curious, wanted to know if you had sex with a woman before you killed her.
And why do you want to know?
Well, call me Curious Cat. Oh, wait. Don't tell me you had sex with her after you killed her.
No, of course not.
Oh, thank God. Oh, my. Oh. Did you have sex with the father?
Oh, first I'm a necrophiliac and now I'm gay.
Hey, don't take offense. Some of my friends are gay.
How did this conversation even start?
Curiosity, perhaps, and I might have initiated it. Remember?
Fine. Why don't you tell me what you do for a living?
Oh, haven't you guessed? I'm a serial killer as well.
Oh, of course you are.
Still haven't told me how you killed him.
You really want to know?
Yes, I do. I'm always looking for some new and interesting ways to dispatch someone.
Well, my way is neither new or interesting.
So?
I stabbed them to death.
All of them?
Yes, after I slit their throats.
Now I know you're lying.
And why do you say that?
Because earlier you said that you didn't like blood.
Oh, okay, so I shot them. Once. Right in the head.
But you told me you like to strangle your victims.
Maybe I should strangle you.
Well, that's a possibility. I mean, I have seen your face. You just haven't admitted to killing the entire family. And you just don't appear to like me very much.
I think that maybe you should pull over.
Do you really want me to do that?
Yes, I think it would be better for both of us.
Things are beginning to get a little tense on this cross-country drive. Claire begins to eye her passenger a little closer as she continues to drive down the highway. We shall continue with Act 3 shortly. Strong and content I travel the open road. I wonder if Walt Whitman ever met someone like Todd. Claire has been treating the whole situation as a sort of joke until Todd tells her to pull over.
Now why'd I want to pull over?
Because I told you to.
You're about as threatening as a small kitten.
Stop laughing at me.
Oh, Todd. If this is the way you kill people, you're doing such a great job.
Stop laughing at me!
I can't help it. There's no way that you kill people.
Pull this damn car over now or I will gut you like a fish.
Oh, my. What a big knife you have.
If you don't pull this car over right now, I swear...
All right, Todd. Chill. Breathe. It's really a beautiful night.
Give me the keys.
Now what you gonna do?
I'm going to slice you from your pretty little neck right down to your belly. I'm going to slice you open and let you watch your guts spill out.
Wow, that's a little graphic. You gonna use a Chevy key? My daddy would say that'd never work.
You're not even scared, are you?
Should I be?
Yes, you really should be.
Yes, Daddy, I'm fine. No troubles at all. I still got that job to do, but I promise I'll call you as soon as I'm finished. Yeah, you give Uncle David a big hug from me. Yes, I love you too. Now Todd, with no last name, quieten down. I got a phone call to make. Hi, it's me. Oh no problems. No, not really anyway. Oh, I picked up a hitchhiker. No, I'm not charging you for this, and you just make sure that you're in New York City tomorrow. Go out, make yourself seen. Go to restaurants, bars, clubs, one of those 24-hour gas stations. Make a show of it. Make sure you keep your receipts. You gotta have a solid alibi, hun. Oh, don't worry. That target will be taken care of by your deadline. What? No, a hitchhiker? Oh, I think I got a little time to have some fun. No gun. I got a knife. Or at least a Chevy key. Oh, I'm sorry. That's an inside joke. I'll call you after the job, hun. All right. Now, Todd, don't be so dang impatient. You got all night to die. You know what they say. Patience a virtue. And you really should take care of your knife. You've got blood stains all over it. Don't worry. After I'm done with you, I'll make sure that it's completely clean.
Claire smiles as she brandishes the knife that she has procured from the killer, Todd. She runs a finger along the blade and smiles. I'll be back shortly. In the words of Carl Sagan, the open road calls softly. You just have to be careful while traveling. Our cast included Crimson McKenzie and Winslow Swan. The entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Oh, aren't the trees lovely this time of year, Elliot?
I only came out here because I thought I might be able to talk some sense into you.
Oh, the breeze, like a lover's kiss.
It is simply a matter of a signature. All you have to do is sign the divorce papers.
But isn't it just lovely to take a walk through the woods?
Are you going to sign the papers or not?
Did you ever love me? Even for one precious moment?
Just sign the papers, please.
Not even for one solitary moment?
Not even for one moment.
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it. you sleep, you enter into another world. Beyond that world lies the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host through the doorway to nightmare. John Burroughs once said, "I go to nature to be soothed and healed, and to put my senses in order." Personally, I find a casual walk through the woods to be peaceful and calming. The rigors of the city float away on the breeze. There are those, however, who would rather have their souls in turmoil.
Oh, aren't the trees lovely this time of year, Elliot?
I only came out here because I thought I might be able to talk some sense into you.
Oh, the breeze, like a lover's kiss.
It is simply a matter of a signature. All you have to do is sign the divorce papers.
But isn't it just lovely to take a walk through the woods?
Are you going to sign the papers or not?
Did you ever love me? Even for one precious moment?
Just sign the papers, please.
Not even for one solitary moment?
Not even for one moment.
Our mystery drama, The Woods, The Wonderful Woods, was adapted from the short story and written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow, Swan, and stars Crimson McKenzie and Raymond Gibson. It is sponsored in part by Swanage Press. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Between every two pines lies another world, wrote John Muir. Yes, a peaceful walk among the forest trees can lift one's spirits up and cleanse the soul. However, Elliot Marshall, successful businessman, has an entirely different reason for being in the wonderful woods.
How's the new car?
Driving like any custom Austin Martin. Of course, once you buy 3 of them, they pretty much are all the same.
Elliot, you are impossible.
You love me anyway.
Yes, I do. Elliot, how long do you think this will take?
Oh, all she has to do is sign the papers. It shouldn't take more than a couple of minutes.
But why does she want to meet way out there? It's a pretty secluded spot for just signing divorce papers, don't you think?
Beth, you know how she is. Always in the woods, collecting crystals, talking to plants and trees, all that hippie mumbo-jumbo garbage. I never could figure out her fascination with all of that junk.
I just don't trust her.
I promise, love, everything is going to be all right. What godforsaken place? Rachel, where are you?
I'm over here, Elliot.
You picked a hell of a place to do this.
Elliot, it's a beautiful place, a wonderful day.
Well, I'm here. I brought the papers. I thought that maybe
Come walk with me, Elliot.
Rachel, I don't have time.
Well, you've already made time for today.
Okay, Rachel. anything to move this along.
Oh, such a lonely little flower, growing all by itself. No other flowers wanted it, I guess.
Damn it, Rachel, you know I hate being out here.
Yes, I know. Your custom-made suit tells me that. I suppose they don't fare well out here.
No, they don't. Just sign the papers. They're back at the car. One little signature, and then we can get on with our lives.
Seems like you've already managed to do that. So, how is the business going?
The business is going well. We just appropriated 3 new contracts.
You mean you stole them, don't you?
I won't dignify that with an answer. Yes, Rachel, the business is going quite well.
Oh, that's so nice, Elliot.
Look, I came all the way out here because you said that we should talk. Well, I don't want to talk. I want you to come back to my car so that you can put your signature on the dotted line. I've been more than fair with the settlement.
Doesn't the sun look so beautiful through the trees? It makes such funny shadows on the path.
I must admit, you are still good at doing that.
What am I good at?
Stalling.
Is that what I'm good at, Elliot?
Every time that we needed to discuss something important, you found such great ways to divert the subject.
Oh, look! A butterfly!
Just sign the damn papers!
Elliot, did you know that if a person goes missing and they cannot find a body, that after 7 years, the next of kin inherits the estate?
Well, now what does that have to do with anything?
I think I could wait 7 years. A solar year is 11. Not quite as long as that. I could do that.
Rachel smiles as Elliot feels a growing sense of fear. She turns and continues her leisurely stroll through the woods, the wonderful woods. You stroll back here when I return with Act 2. Elliot Marshall has driven out to the woods to meet with his estranged wife, Rachel, to convince her to sign divorce papers. Things have taken a rather ominous turn as we join the unhappy couple walking deeper into the woods.
Where are we going, Rachel?
You should really get out more, Elliot. It would do your health, heart, and soul so much good.
And what was that crack back there about anyway?
I don't know what you're talking about.
There are people who know where I am at, Rachel. Don't think that I didn't take certain precautions.
Oh, I'm sure that you did. I'm absolutely positive that you left explicit instructions in the event that you do not return within a reasonable amount of time. I would expect nothing less of you, dear Elliot.
Well, at least we understand each other about that.
Just like I was absolutely positive that you told all those vicious lies about me. That was very naughty of you, Elliot.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't try to deny it, Elliot. You spread those rumors about me, telling everyone that I was crazy just because I liked to walk in the woods. And naturally, you added how I was screwing around on you, while we both know that it was you that was cheating. By the way, how is dear, sweet Queen Elizabeth?
This is not about Beth. I think that I am being more than fair giving you a quarter of all of the assets.
But I want it all, my love.
Then take me to court. You would have to prove anything that you say about me, and I don't think that you can do that.
Oh, Sweet Elliot, that could possibly be true.
Look, if it was your intention to bring me out to this desolate spot to kill me, bury my body somewhere, it won't work. Too many people know that I am here with you.
Oh, precious. I have no intention of killing you. When I took you as my husband, I thought that it would be forever. Just like so many others, I was wrong.
People grow apart, Rachel. It happens.
7 years. It is a long time, but I have waited much longer.
Look, you have just as much money as I do.
More. Is that the only reason you married me in the first place?
All right. I admit it. And why not? You have enough for several lifetimes. My attorneys did some checking on you.
I'm sure that they did. And what did they find out?
How old did you say that you were?
Why don't you tell me?
With the research that they did, they put you at around 347 years old. Now, we both know that that is impossible.
I look rather well for a woman pushing 400. I would have to be a vampire, or possibly a witch or sorceress. I was named after my grandmother. Maybe what you laughingly call your attorneys made a mistake.
Maybe you are a witch.
Elliot, don't be absurd. If I were a witch, don't you think that I would have been able to cast a spell over you and make you stay with me?
I didn't say that you were very good at it.
Oh, Elliot, you always could make me smile.
Can we please stop this and just go sign the papers?
Did you know that I own this entire section of the woods?
No, I didn't. But then I didn't know about the villa in France, or the castle in England, or the several thousand acres on the East Coast. Hell, I should be suing you for support.
My, you do have very thorough lawyers, don't you?
Well, they certainly cost enough.
I buy the acreage because I wish to preserve as much of the woods as I can. After all, they give us life on this tiny planet we call Mother Earth. But then, you wouldn't know anything about that. You always thought it was silly of me to walk amongst nature's giants, then to go to one of your cocktail parties and present myself as the proper wife.
Those parties help to build the business. Forgive me if I do not share your peculiarities.
Loving nature peculiar? What is so peculiar about feeling the cool, soft ground on your bare feet? Or the gentle kiss of the wind on your cheek? The sun just warming your entire body.
You know, there was a time when I thought the little hippie act was cute. Now, all I want is for you to march yourself back to the car and sign.
Not even as long as a solar cycle. Not really any time at all if you think about it.
Oh, what the hell are you talking about?
Elliot, tell me the truth. Did you ever really love me?
Oh. Rachel, I never loved you. Courting you was almost an effort in futility. All the money that I spent on dates nearly drove me into bankruptcy. I had to marry you before I went completely broke. Oh, I do thank you for the startup money for the business. At least you were good for one thing.
And when we made love, did you not love me then?
I should be given an Academy Award for my performance. You would just lay there like a dead fish. I did all the work in that department. Why do you think that I wanted it to be over as quickly as possible?
Oh, God. So, you never really loved me?
No, Rachel. I never loved you.
Oh, God.
'Tis better to have loved and lost than to never have loved at all. So spoke Sir Alfred Lord Tennyson. But to find out that you were never loved can be the most devastating thing that the human heart can endure. Rachel has just found out that she was never loved by Elliot, and the darkness in her heart is growing. I'll return with Act 3 shortly. Elliot met his estranged wife, Rachel, in the woods that she loves so much, ostensibly to finalize their divorce. Rachel has just found out that Elliot never loved her. The news has come like a slap to the face. Her eyes grow cold and hard, and she points at Elliot and screams,
You never loved me? I gave you my heart, my soul, and you never even wanted me?
Oh, quit being hysterical. Did you honestly think for one moment that I ever loved you?
No, I suppose not. I guess it was just simply wishful thinking on my part.
You are plain, unrefined, and in general, a constant bore.
Only 7 years.
Where did that come from?
You never loved me? You never loved me? But you will always be with me.
Looks like a storm's coming. Come on, let's get back to the car.
Oh no, Elliot. Look around you. This is the perfect place for you. A small clearing in the middle of the woods. Yes. A perfect spot.
Rachel, what are you doing? Oh my God. My feet. They're sinking into the ground. I can't get them out. My feet are buried in the ground. Can't move them. What the hell is happening to me? My legs? Something is crawling up them.
Oh, yes.
Is that vines? It feels like bark. What are you doing?
You never loved me! You never loved nature! Now you will become a part of something that I love!
My hands, they're covered in leaves. My God, I'm growing branches. Rachel, please stop. I loved you. I've always loved you. I never want to leave you. Oh God, my legs they're covered in tree bark. Please, Rachel, forget about the divorce. I swear, I swear, I'll stay with you.
Elliot, can you hear me? I've given you a wonderful gift, Elliot. You will now have a greater appreciation for nature. You are now part of the woods, the wonderful woods. Oh, you will remain here for a bit, feeling Mother Earth giving you the life force that you needed. You will feel every bird, squirrel, bug, and animal that makes its way to you. Imagine the staccato beat of a woodpecker as it pecks into you. The termites as they bore into you, feeding off of the marrow of your your bark, your wood. You will feel everything, from the rain, the sun, to the scratches of bears and squirrels that will make their home inside of you! Welcome to hell, Elliot.
Tree service. How can I help you?
Hi, do you do single tree removal?
Why, yes, ma'am.
Very good. I have just one tree that I wish to be cut down.
Well, that ain't gonna be a problem. We can do it tomorrow if that's soon enough. Is it close to your house?
Oh no, it's on some property a few miles outside the city. I have a friend who's going to be using the wood to make me a wardrobe. Would that be possible?
Well, just give me the directions and we can deliver it to your friend.
Now, do you take it all the way down to the roots? Like a stump removal so that it gets everything?
Ma'am, when we get done, you won't know that a tree had ever been there.
Okay, excellent. Just have them bring the paperwork and I shall be happy to sign on the dotted line.
A few months later, a beautiful oak wardrobe was delivered to the home of Rachel. She keeps it clean and dust-free. She has been known to speak to it, gently, almost lovingly, as if it were someone that she knew intimately. I'll be back shortly. The scientist Carl Sagan once said, "Deep down, at the molecular heart of life, the trees and we are essentially identical." In Elliot's case, it's more true than he could have ever imagined. Our cast included Crimson McKenzie, Raymond Gibson, Patience Adams, and Mark Wheeler. The entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I'm never going to pass.
No, Fred. You have to think positive, hon.
Okay. I'm positive that I'm going to fail.
Fred, you've been practicing for over a month now. You've almost got it all together, so just don't worry.
But if I fail...
You are not going to fail.
But if I do, that means that I will have to leave.
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it. When you sleep, you enter into another world. Beyond that world lies the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host through the Doorway to Nightmare. Have you ever lived in a haunted house? Not the large, creepy mansion that is set at the end of a dimly lit street. Just a regular home. Perhaps where you grew up and felt that there was something more than just brick and mortar.
I'm never going to pass.
No, Fred. You have to think positive, hon.
Okay. I'm positive that I'm going to fail.
Fred, you've been practicing for over a month now. You've almost got it all together, so just don't worry.
But if I fail...
You are not going to fail.
But if I do, that means that I will have to leave.
Our mystery drama, Haunting Takes a Test, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and script edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our cast includes William Stafford, Crimson McKenzie, Raymond Gibson, and Annie Mick. It is sponsored in part by Swanage Press. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Things are not going very well at 134 Willow Lane. Fred, the resident ghost, has a small problem. He is not sure how to approach his friends who invited him to stay, Stan and Dorothy Peters.
I suppose you are all wondering why I invited you here tonight.
Fred, it's just Dot and me.
And I want to thank you all for coming.
Fred, I've got things to do.
I appreciate the support that all of you have shown me.
Fred, get to the point.
I need a favor.
Well, why didn't you just ask?
Well, it's kind of a big thing.
So, a big favor as opposed to a little favor?
What do you need, Fred?
You know how hard I've been trying to be, well, ghostly.
You're doing an outstanding job.
Not according to the head office.
What do you mean?
I need you guys to help me be, well, more of a ghost.
You're dead. I thought that pretty much qualified
you.
you.
No, see, I'm an earthbound ghost. We're supposed to be scary and frightening, you know.
All the things that you aren't.
Right!
Well, Fred, what do you want us to do? How can we help you?
What Dot is trying to say is, how can we help you cheat?
Well, I was informed that an examiner will be here to test me.
And you want us to be more afraid?
Oh, that would make me the happiest ghost in the underworld.
The only problem is, you can't scare your way out of a paper bag.
Stan! That's not funny.
So when is this examiner supposed to be here?
Friday at 7.
As in this Friday?
Oh, Fred, that's not really gonna work.
But why? I can be really scary, I promise.
That's the problem. Stan's boss and his wife are supposed to be here having dinner that night.
And the last thing I need is for Mr. Carson and his wife to see you.
Oh, but they won't be able to see me, remember? Only the residents can see me, and that would be you guys.
Yes, but they can hear all those tricks of yours.
Well, maybe we can get around that.
I have an idea. Why don't we entertain on the patio?
A barbecue?
Sure. That way Fred has the house for the spooky stuff, and when he needs us, he could just give out a dog howl.
That's great, Mrs. Peters. Then you can come in, act all scared, and I will be certified as a real ghost.
Why do I think that this is a bad idea?
Mrs. Peters, what are you doing?
I'm just cleaning up a little for our guests.
But the examiner thinks I live in a run-down haunted house.
Fred, I can put up with a lot of things, but a filthy house I will not have.
Just a little dust.
No!
Not even a cobweb?
Absolutely not. Now, don't worry. Stan and I can act properly scared at the right time.
Then why am I so nervous?
There's no need to be. You've got all your ghostly tricks worked up, right?
Yes.
And if you need us, you just let out a dog howl. Now just stop worrying. Everything is gonna be fine.
Is this 134 Willow Lane?
Why, yes, it is.
This is the home that houses Frederick Washington Davis?
Yes. Who are you?
I'm Digger Dale. I'm the examiner.
Oh, but I thought you weren't supposed to be here till this evening.
Yes. Well, I had a cancellation, so I chose the road death traveled.
Okay, well, Fred's around here somewhere.
If you don't mind me saying, you don't look deathly afraid.
What? Oh, well, since it's still daylight, I'm okay. It's the nighttime that the ghost gets really active.
Is that so?
Oh, yes. Stan, that's my husband. And I usually sleep under the bed.
Well, since you can see me, which is highly unusual, I suppose that you can see the ghost as well?
Practically all the time.
Mrs. Peters, I did the dishes for you, and I was able to put most of them away.
Fred?
But I couldn't find where you put the big pan, and
Fred!
Since I didn't think that you would need it tonight,
Fred! This is, Mr. Digger Dale, your examiner.
What? Boo?
Nice try, Mr. Frederick Washington Davis. I don't think I have to see anymore.
Oh, but please, I can really be scary. I can.
I think that you will require more training.
Fred, what does that mean?
It means that I failed the test.
Poor Fred. Things are not going the way that they had planned. So, what does that mean for our friendly resident ghost? We shall find out when I return with Act 2. Frederick Washington Davis has failed to impress Digger Dale, the examiner who dropped in to test Fred. Dorothy is now talking to Stan about what to do.
So this ghost named Digger just showed up 4 hours early?
That's right. He saw that I wasn't afraid of Fred, and of course it didn't help matters that Fred had just did the dishes.
Don't tell me he was wearing your little red apron.
Of course he was. You know he doesn't like to get his ectoplasm wet.
I could just see it. Sorry I wasn't here.
Stan, it's not funny. If Fred doesn't pass this test, the examiner said something about more training. And from what Fred told me, he'd have to leave and go to some boot camp, and I don't know if he'll come back.
It might do him some good.
For 50 years.
50 years of boot camp? Okay. So what do you propose to do?
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Dorothy Peters, and...
Not Fred again.
I'm afraid so.
What has he done this time?
Well, he failed some sort of test.
Digger showed up early again.
Yes, and I don't think that it's fair. Fred wasn't at all prepared.
Well, that is sort of the point.
Now, come on. Can't you guys give him another chance? Like, a do-over?
And when would you want this do-over?
Tonight, in about 2 hours.
Fred is a very special case here. If it were not for the new rules, he wouldn't have to have an exam. However, I will see what I can do.
Mr. Carson. Mr. Carson, won't you come in?
Why, thank you, Stan. This is my wife, Millie.
Very pleased to meet you. Let me introduce...
Wait,
I can feel the presence of an unknown.
Is she talking about me?
Yes, yes! There are restless spirits here.
Millie, will you knock it off? Forgive my wife, Stan. She sees ghosts everywhere we go.
But I'm not restless.
This is my wife, Dorothy.
A pleasure. Well, we were going to have a little barbecue on the patio up back, if that suits you.
The spirits from the other side are calling to me.
Oh, brother.
They want to be set free, to join their brothers and sisters on the other side.
Maybe she should go to the other side of the door.
Fred, behave.
I beg your pardon?
She said, be safe. There's a loose board that I haven't been able to fix yet.
Would you both like a drink?
Oh, that would be splendid. 2 bourbons on the rocks.
Stan, I'll get the drinks. You want to show our guests to the patio?
No, we should stay in here. The spirits are gathering and will show themselves. I will lead them to the white light.
This girl is cracked.
Millie, for the 100th time, will you please pipe down?
They are here. They are here.
Better make that a double for me and a cold compress for her.
Can Mrs. Carson see Fred? Or are there other spirits floating about that Stan and Dot know nothing about? Perhaps we shall see when I return with Act 3. Stan and Dorothy Peters are facing 2 problems in one night. Digger, the examiner for Fred, is supposed to be arriving at any minute. Stan's employer, Jack Carson, and his wife, Millie, have arrived for dinner. Millie Carson is currently recovering from a faint. They are all sitting on the patio now, eating dinner.
Do you feel better, Mrs. Carson?
Much better, dear. Thank you. The evening air has done a world of good.
You must forgive my wife. Ever since we took that ghost tour on the Queen Mary, she's been seeing them everywhere.
But I do see them, Jack.
Yes, but not in our bathroom or in Stan's home. Now control yourself. By the way, Mrs. Peters, wonderful dinner.
Aw, thank you, Mr. Carson.
And you have such a lovely home.
It took some doing, but we managed, Mr. Carson.
Oh, just call me Jack. After all, we are about to be partners.
You mean?
Oh, Stan! Your promotion?
Well, only if Stan wants the job. Means a lot more work and responsibility.
Oh, I definitely want the job. Jack.
That's fine, my boy. I didn't know you had a dog.
Oh, we said yes to dog sitting. Tate must be getting lonely. Let me grab some more wine.
Wonderful girl, your wife.
She really is. I was lucky to have...
What was that?
I'm not sure. I'll be right back.
I know what it is.
Please, Millie, don't say it.
This house is haunted, Jack. I know it.
Will you stop that? Now, Stan is a great man who someday might have my job. We don't want to lose him. And if you keep this up, he may decide to go somewhere else.
If you would only let me have a seance.
No. Now, that is final.
Sorry, everyone. Everything's okay.
Is your wife all right?
Oh, yes. She's fine.
Well, what was that scream?
Oh, I saw a spider. Stan knows how much I hate spiders.
Are you sure it wasn't a ghost?
Millie, I warned you.
Oh, I think I left the oven on. I'll be right back, guys.
Now, Mr. Carter, about this promotion, will there be... I'll be right back.
They must have a ghost.
Fine, there is a ghost. Look, there's one behind you now.
No, I'm not.
Stop trying to scare me. I'm telling you that this young couple have a ghost.
Everything's fine, everybody. Tate saved me from the spider.
She really hates spiders. Knock it off!
Stan, I'll go.
No, you won't. I'll go this time. Now, I have had just about enough. My wife screamed twice. That should be enough to show you that Fred is really a ghost. Are you happy? Sorry about that.
Did you say something about a ghost?
Uh-oh.
Thank you, Mrs. Peters, for the wonderful dinner.
Oh, you guys are very welcome, Mr. Carson. I hope that we can do it again soon.
I'm sorry for my previous behavior. I hope that you will forgive me.
Nothing to forgive.
See you Monday, Mr. District Manager.
I am so glad that is over.
Me too.
All right, Fred. I'm sorry I lost my cool.
It's okay, Stan. Digger was impressed that you had lasted this long with a ghost, so he passed me.
So you're here to stay?
Did you have any doubts?
Only several hundred.
Oh, Stan. You have a promotion. We have our home.
And you have me.
Don't rub it in.
Stan and Dorothy watch as Fred smiles before fading away into the ether. They hug and kiss each other before grabbing one last drink and heading off to bed. I shall return shortly. I'm sure that you will agree that there are many advantages to having a resident ghost living with you. One advantage that I can think of is that you are never truly alone. Or perhaps that is a disadvantage. Our cast included Crimson McKenzie, Raymond Gibson, William Stafford, Carter Sheriff, Mark Wheeler, Annie Mick, and Dave Arkhipov. The entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now a preview of our next tale.
Next week we present a rather special production, a sort of play within a play. It'll give you a chance to hear what we do and go through to make these plays for your enjoyment. And it'll also give you a bit of an insight into myself, Winslow Swan, as well as Crimson McKenzie, William Stafford, and Brenna Faith. Won't you join me next week?
This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it. When you sleep, you enter into another world. Beyond that world lies the doorway to nightmare.
Okay, so we start with a standard theme. Going to opening theme music, and then the host, he'll come in later and do those tracks. In the meantime, is everybody here?
Ready for my close-up, Mr. DeVille?
Yes, Swan, we're here.
Where's Crimson? Well?
I'm here.
Thank you for gracing us with your presence.
Sorry I'm late. Well, almost late. I'm here. He's in a mood today.
Sorry, the mic didn't pick that up. What?
I said we're all here today.
Thank you. Okay, I hope everyone has actually read the script.
Got me playing a cop again, I see.
It's called typecasting, dear.
Yeah, very funny.
I have a question.
Yes?
So, do you want me to sound klutzy, or should I be older or younger?
Just do the best you can. If I want you to redo something, that won't be a problem. Okay, and, Brenna, apparently there's a filter or something on your mic. Don't worry about it. This is like a first take anyway. So just do the best you can and I'll fix it in post. I would like to try to get through at least one play with everyone in the same room.
Sure, okay.
Okay, beginning with Act 1.
No kidding.
It's Crimson and William. Let me get the ambient sound going. And action.
Dr. Young, I am well aware of my duties.
It's a priceless collection. Are you sure? I mean, absolutely sure. All of the security measures are set up correctly?
I've been doing this for over 20 years. Everything that you asked for is in place. Laser grids, silent alarms, extra officers.
Motion detectors? You did get the motion detectors, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am. Everything is installed and tested yesterday.
I can't believe the museum acquired such an artifact. Hey, Swan.
Yes, cut the tape.
Should I be more excited with that line, or just sort of matter of fact?
Yeah, more excited.
Okay. I can't believe the museum acquired such an artifact. Something like that?
Yeah, that works. Okay, let's pick it up from Willie's line. Rolling tape.
Yes, ma'am. Everything was installed and tested yesterday.
I can't believe the museum acquired such an artifact.
What exactly is it?
Oh, it's only a ceremonial Mayan statue. It's supposed to hold an evil spirit inside that possesses the living and destroys everyone around it.
Destroys? How?
Oh, the usual way. Ripping hearts out, decapitation, tearing bones out one by one.
As long as it stays put, I'm okay with that.
Okay, cut it. Who the hell came in?
Some guy delivered a package. He just left.
I mean, what's the point in turning the red light on outside the door if anyone is just going to walk in?
Wow, he must be having a bad day. Want me to open it?
No, it's probably for whoever has the studio next.
Don't have to bite my head off.
I'm sorry, the mic didn't pick you up. What did you say?
Oh, I said we're ready when you are.
Okay, let's pick it up from your line, Crimson. Brenna, you enter in right as she finishes her line, but walk up to the mic.
Got it.
Okay, roll tape.
Oh, the usual way. Ripping out hearts, decapitation. Swan, can I just say cutting the heads off?
Oh, sure. Cut, edit here. And we are still rolling.
Oh, the usual way. Ripping out hearts, cutting heads off, ripping the bones one by one.
I get the picture.
Dr. Young, the artifact just arrived. I had them put it in the lab.
Thank you.
It's Janice.
Right, Janice.
Janice Wyatt. I'm your research assistant.
What happened to Nina?
She had a class today, so she asked me to fill in.
Okay, well, let's go see our new acquisition.
And music cue. Okay. Everyone happy with that?
Was that okay? I mean, I can do it again.
You were fine.
Well, unless someone isn't happy, it sounded fine to me.
Why aren't we doing this like we usually do?
What do you mean?
Well, you do everybody separately and put it all together. What happened with that?
I just wanted to do one play with everyone together. That way you could react off of each other.
Okay, just asking.
You will notice that he's not in this one. Maybe he should come down here and try this. Stand up all the time, reading lines and trying to act.
Crimson, the mic keeps going out on you. What did you say?
I said we're ready to keep going.
Okay, second scene. Inside the museum, and this will be all three of you. Brenna, there should be some paper down there for a sound effect of opening a box.
I don't see any.
Oh, please don't tell me I forgot it.
Okay, you didn't forget it.
Oh, very funny. Damn.
Why can't we just open the package that's here?
Because it isn't ours?
Well, the address has Doorway to Nightmare on it.
Really? Oh, okay, well, we can use that.
So just tear the paper off and open the box?
Yeah, that'll be it. I set up a mic on the table to make sure that we get the sound. So just open it as close to the mic as you can.
Slow and careful, or should I just rip it open?
Oh, you decide. Okay, people, we only have the studio for another couple of hours, so let's see if we can get through this thing.
Ready when you are, Mr. DeVille.
Okay, rolling tape. First line is Crimson.
Janice, just be really careful when you open that.
Okay, Dr. Young. This is kind of exciting. Sort of like Christmas. Oh, my. What a horrible looking thing.
It's not going to win any beauty pageants. Maybe for most gruesome.
Hey, Swan!
And stopping tape again. Yes, Crimson?
There really is an ugly looking statue in the box.
And?
Well, that's kind of weird, don't you think?
We deal in weird, remember? This is a horror show.
I think what Miss McKenzie is trying to say is that it's kind of a peculiar coincidence that we're doing a play about a possessed statue and there's a statue that gets delivered.
Kinda gives me chills. I mean, look at that thing.
Swan, can we just put this thing somewhere? Like, out of sight?
It's probably a gift from a fan. Yeah, Crimson, just put it anywhere.
I'll put it behind the sound screen. Oh, crap.
What happened?
There was some kind of pendant hanging on it. When I put the statue down, the pendant fell off.
As long as I don't have to look at it.
Here.
Okay, if everyone is happy and relaxed, can we get back to the play now?
Whatever, Your Highness.
Crimson, I may have to come down there and change that mic out. I'm still not picking you up.
Ready when you are.
Okay, let's just pick it up from Willie's line, Miss Gruesome. And rolling tape.
It's not going to win any beauty pageants. Maybe for Miss Gruesome.
There seems to be some kind of parchment with it.
Be careful. Let me see. It's in Mayan.
What does it say?
Sorry, my Mayan is a little rusty. Swan, I thought she was an expert.
And?
Well, shouldn't my character be able to translate it, at least?
Okay, so skip a couple of lines and see what it says.
Don't you know your own script?
Well, it's not my script.
Really? But I thought you wrote all the scripts.
This was sent to me by a dedicated fan that asked me to try and do something with it. He said he would love to hear it for our Doorway to Nightmare series. I just didn't have time to give it to you to edit.
You mean you let someone else write a script for a change?
Well, I read it and thought it might be okay.
Well, who wrote it? I mean, there isn't a name on the first page.
Oh, that's funny. I could have sworn.
Hey, I think it's pretty cool so far. Let's keep going.
Yeah, we'll keep going. Roll tape.
But what about the Mayan line?
Oh, Crimson, just wing it.
Like to see you wing it.
That stupid mic. What did you say?
I said maybe I could sing it.
Can we get rolling now, please?
Let me see that. According to this, the statue is a portal to the underworld? A demon can be let loose to destroy someone's enemies. There's a warning.
Isn't there always?
What is the warning?
The amulet that the statue wears is the only way to keep the demon at bay. It should only be removed when the proper incantation is invoked.
Make sure that thing's necklace is on at all times. Got it.
Janice, I think we can move the statue to the display case, but just please be careful.
Don't worry, I will. Damn!
What happened?
The amulet broke off.
Yep, made in China.
Crimson, you have the next line. Crimson? Hey, Crimson!
Give her a second, Swan. She's white as a sheet.
You okay?
I'm okay. Just had a cold chill.
You need anything?
No, I'm okay. Just a little deja vu. When Willie said his line, it was the same thing that he had said about the statue down here.
Hey, that's what's written. I said it okay, didn't I?
Oh, you were fine. It just sent a chill right through me.
Well, then the rest of this should be great. Okay, I think that was the end of Act 1. Now, music cue, host cue, commercial, Act 2, cue theme, cue host, and we move on, good people. And Willie, I think you had the first line.
Yes, boss. I got it.
Do you want this part a little more forceful?
Yeah, Brenda, that should be fine. Kristen, are you sure you're okay?
Yeah, I'm good. Let's just get through this so I can go home.
Okay, rolling tape.
So, what happened to that amulet?
Janice, did you see where it went?
I've looked everywhere. I can't find it.
Well, it didn't just walk away. Oh, I hate to think what the underwriters will say.
It's just a stupid necklace. I mean, amulet. I'm sure it'll turn up.
Did anyone else hear that?
Maybe it's the plumbing.
Sure, that's what it was.
They will spend $2 million on a security system, but not $5 on a new pipe.
At least the statue is safe now. Opening is tomorrow, and I understand that tickets have sold out. What did you say, Janice?
Nothing.
You mean people's paid money to come and see this? This thing?
That's what we're here for. To display these artifacts in the interest of... Swan, are you picking anything up?
Oh, what do you mean?
You mean you didn't hear that?
I thought I heard something too.
Well, hang on. Let me back the tape up.
That's what we're here for. To display these artifacts in the interest of... Swan, are you picking anything up?
Okay, that was weird.
I got something stranger.
What?
Take a look at the script.
Well, what is it?
Part of the script is missing?
What do you mean missing?
Like, the rest of the pages are blank.
Blank? But that's crazy. No, you're right.
Okay, what's going on?
The script was complete this morning. I swear it.
Do you remember what happens?
We all died in the end. You never see it coming.
Not now, Willie. Swan! What happens in the script?
Honestly, I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
Well, I only read up until where you just stopped. I thought I would kind of discover it with you guys. I had a few alternates in mind.
You're doomed.
Brenna? You okay?
Hey, Swan. What's going on?
Maybe we can just ad-lib something.
Swan? Something's wrong with Brenna.
You will all die.
Holy...
Hey, what's going on down there?
You have released me.
What the hell are you doing?
Willie! Are you okay?
Damn. Girl's got a heck of a right cross.
You will all die.
Swan, get your ass down here now!
Get out. Everybody, get out of here now!
Come on, Willie, let's get out of here.
There is no escape.
Get the door open.
I'm trying! It won't open!
I don't want to hit.
Willie!
Oh my god.
Brenna, stay away from me.
His heart was delicious. How does yours taste?
It tastes bad. Really salty. No, stay away. Swan! Do something! No! No! No!
Crimson. Willie. Brenna.
I'll be with you in a moment.
Oh, crap.
Hello. Yeah, I need help. Yes, 832 Peachtree Place, Suite 7. Yes, the recording studio. I need an ambulance. Cops. The hell, the National Guard. They're...
You look very, very tasty. Which one of you is next?
Our mystery drama studio was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow, Swan, and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our cast included Crimson McKenzie, William Stafford, Brenna Faith, and Winslow Swan. The entire production was... hey, you're not supposed to be in here. Oh, God. No! God!
Which one of you is next?
Hey guys, it's Crimson. If you enjoy these, please hit that like button and share with your friends.
When you sleep, you enter into another world. Beyond that world lies the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host through the doorway to nightmare. Einstein once said that games are the most elevated form of investigations. Ah, the wonderful world of games. We play them as children, and even though we grow older and the games become more sophisticated, we still play.
And welcome back. Now, Miss Chalmers, you have reached the all-important decision round. Are you nervous?
I don't want to play anymore.
But you have the chance to win $1 million. That is life-changing money.
I just want my husband.
And you could possibly see him again if you make the right decision.
Our mystery drama, Decisions, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie, and stars Robert Jackson and Brenna Faith. It is sponsored in part by Swanage Press. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Game shows have been around since the golden age of radio. It was a chance for ordinary people to appear on the air. Even in those early days, game shows were exciting. Hearing the contestants pondering the answer to a question in hopes of winning a prize.
Welcome to America's newest game sensation, It's your decision. And now, here's your decision maker, Eddie Devlin.
Welcome back to It's Your Decision. Now tonight is a very special night here on the show. Yes, now many of you know our returning champion who has netted over $100,000 in cash and prizes. Now, for the bad news. Unfortunately, he will not be returning with us tonight. It seems that he was killed in a car accident just last night. Aww. Yes, and of course, all of us here send his family our deepest condolences. Now, as the old adage says, the show must go on. So, Peter, introduce us to our newest contestant.
She is a stay-at-home mother of 3. Please welcome Marcia Chalmers.
Welcome, Marcia, to It's Your Decision.
Thank you.
Are you nervous?
Just a little.
Nothing to be nervous about. Now tell us a little about yourself.
There really isn't much to tell. I'm raising 3 wonderful boys, ages 6, 9, and 10.
Must be a big job.
It can be, yes.
Well, I'm sure that your husband helps out.
Oh, we're divorced.
But still, he does give you child support, right?
I tried getting a hold of him yesterday when I got the call from you guys. No one knows where he is at.
Now, audience, he isn't here to defend himself. Yet. Well, let's just put that out of your mind right now and play It's Your Decision! Now, you were briefed on the rules, right?
Well, sort of.
Very good. So your first decision for $1,000 is pretty easy. On our stage are 2 boxes. All you have to do is choose one. Now wait, one of the boxes contains something that you are deathly afraid. Your decision, do you choose a box, or do you take this crisp, new $10 bill? No matter what your decision, you will continue on with the game.
What Marcia doesn't know is that both boxes are filled with deadly spiders.
So Marcia, what is your decision?
I guess I will take a box.
Just remember that it was your decision. Now, as you can see, the boxes are inside our glass chamber. Once you go in, no matter what is in the box that you choose, you must stay in there for 30 seconds to win the money. And we have no idea what could be in the boxes. Aren't we devils here? Okay now, Peter has revealed to the television audience what you could be facing. Now, the lovely Alicia will help you go into the isolation booth. There we go. Can you hear me, Marcia?
Yes, I can.
Very good. Now just open one of the boxes.
I guess I'll open... Oh God! Let me out of here! Please help me!
30 seconds, Mrs. Chalmers. Only 30 seconds.
Get me out now! Oh God, they're crawling towards me. Help! Help!
Not much longer now, Mrs. Chalmers. Only 10 seconds to go.
I don't care about the money. Get me out of here!
Okay, get her out. Congratulations!
You son of a...
And here's your $1,000 cash. And as a bonus, you faced your biggest fear.
Wow. I guess that I did.
Now, Marcia, you have the chance to win 10 times the amount that you have now. $10,000. Think of what you could do with that kind of money. And all you have to do is make a decision. Are you game?
There have been several game shows in recent years that have put people in perceived harm's way. According to the producers of these shows, no one is in any danger. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Statistically, over 80,000 people take an online test to appear as a contestant on a game show, and it is surprisingly easy to become a contestant.
Welcome back to It's Your Decision, brought to you by Perkins Mortuary, worldwide distributors of high-quality burial needs. Now, once again, here's Eddie Devlin.
Thank you, Peter, and thank you to our wonderful studio audience. Now, Marcia Chalmers has just won $1,000 with a chance to win 10 times that amount. Yes, now, Marcia, tell us, you are a single mother raising 3 boys.
Yes, I am.
So who is at home with them now?
Oh, my sister, Adrian. She really loves her nephews.
I bet she does. So your sister, you completely trust her with your kids?
Of course I do. Why wouldn't I?
No, just asking. Now let's get to your next decision. Now, we understand that you went to college.
Yes, I did.
And you majored in what?
Well, I didn't finish.
Oh, I see.
I married, and then the kids came along.
In other words, you married the deadbeat dad who has run out on you, leaving you in abject poverty.
I'm doing okay. My kids eat, we have a home, and...
Now, Mrs. Chalmers, it's okay. You have a lot of friends here, right, audience? You see? Now just think what $10,000 could do right now. Better home, new clothes, possibly a new car. And all you have to do is make a decision. Are you ready?
I guess so.
Fantastic! Now here's the challenge. We found out that while you were in college, you had to do something to make some extra money.
I don't remember.
Well, you were paid $500 to appear in, let's say a type of movie. Remember now?
How did you...
Oh, we have our ways! Aren't we devils? Now, here is your decision. On our big screen is that video. Yes, we found it. We will show 30 seconds of the video, and I think it's the only 30 seconds that we can show. Or we can eliminate one of your children.
Wait a minute, what did you say?
I think that you heard me. We can watch the video that you made in college for 30 seconds, or we will kill one of your children. Raise that curtain! Let's welcome our special guests, Marcia's children!
Marcia's children are safe in our soundproof lounge, but the man standing behind them is one of our assassins. He has orders to shoot one of Marcia's children if she makes the wrong decision.
You monster!
It's your decision, Mrs. Chalmers. Simply press the play button on the podium in front of you or watch one of your children die.
Please don't do this. I want to go home.
It's a little late for that. Now choose.
Oh, God!
I've seen a lot of these, but this is a masterpiece. Is that 3 men and 2 women? Oh, Mama, how are you still able to walk?
Please, I'm begging you, stop this!
You still look quite good, too. Maybe you could do another video. I know of several producers who would kill to tape you. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Ain't I too much, folks? And 30 seconds. Stop the video. Congratulations! You have won $10,000.
I should kill you.
You just may get your chance, because it is time for your final decision.
I just want to take my kids and go home.
Oh, but would you give up the chance for $10 billion and perhaps a little revenge?
What are you talking about?
Decisions. We all make them every day of our lives. I've never made a decision that I could not live with. Marcia has perhaps made a decision that could possibly cost her her life. You make a decision to return for Act 3 shortly. On almost any given night of the week, you can turn to any station and see a game show. From quiz shows to programs of skill, there has been a resurgence in this form of entertainment.
And now, once again, your host of It's Your Decision, Eddie Devlin.
Thank you, Peter Lawson. Now Marcia Chalmers, loving mother of three, has just won $10,000. Our enforcer has joined us on stage.
He's big and scary.
He should be scary. I bet he has killed over 80 people in his career. Which is why he is here.
I don't understand.
It's quite simple, Mrs. Chalmers. You have one final decision to make. Make the right decision and you will walk out of here with $10 million!
I want to go home.
And you will, after you play one final round. But first, we have a little information that may help you with your decision. Lower the big screen. Now, your sister, the one you trust with your children. And you do, don't you?
She would never hurt them.
Are you so sure? Let's roll the tape.
Stupid little brats. Should have been aborted. I'll beat the hell out of them if they even so much as sniffle. Now, lover, where were we?
That was a bit of an eye-opener. Now your husband, who owes quite a bit to you. Let's see what he's up to. Roll the tape. There he is. Is that a new car dealership? Why, it looks like he is buying a brand new car. Looks very expensive.
The bastard!
Okay. Now, Mrs. Chalmers, you have a decision to make. First, let's open the curtain.
Oh my god!
Yes, Mrs. Chalmers, your sister and your ex-husband. As you can see, they are tied very securely. Their mouths have been gagged. It seems that your sister has a strong pair of lungs, and the words that came out of your husband's mouth, wow! Good thing your censors didn't hear.
What are they tied to?
That is the most exciting part. Surely you recognize the guillotine.
Oh my god, no!
Oh yes, Mrs. Chalmers. On the podium are 2 buttons, one for each of them. For $10 million, which one do you choose? Don't worry, it's over very quickly.
I can't!
Maybe we can make the decision easier. Let's roll the tape.
Oh god! That's not them, it's some sort of a trick!
That's right, Marcia. Your husband and your sister were seeing each other behind your back. No trickery here. Your husband was cheating on you with your own sister. Oh, and watch this part, my personal favorite. Whoa, I didn't think a person could get in that position. So, here is your decision. Which one, your sister or your husband, would you like to see beheaded? With the simple press of a button, one of them is eliminated and you are $10 million richer.
I can't!
Let's make it even easier. I just love this part! Okay, if you don't make the decision within 1 minute, Guido is not only going to kill all of your children, but you as well. Think it over, but not for too long. The clock is ticking!
Faced with that decision to make, at gunpoint, what would you do? It is a question that you should ask yourself, just to find out what kind of person you really are. Ponder it before I return shortly. I am sure that many will not like the ending to our story, that it leaves you hanging. But don't you agree that all decisions leave something hanging in the balance? Our cast included Robert Jackson, Brenna Faith, William Stafford, and Ashley Harrison. The entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I know that it was you!
Lady, I'm just a cab driver.
Admit it! It was you!
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Maybe you will remember this.
Hey, lady, put that knife down. I'll give you anything you want.
How about your life?
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press.
Hi, it's Crimson. If you enjoy these plays, please hit that like button. That way we know. Don't forget to subscribe and share it with all your friends.
This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hi, it's Crimson. If you enjoy these plays, please hit that like button. That way we know. Don't forget to subscribe and share it with all your friends.
When you sleep, you enter into another world. Beyond that world lies the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host through the Doorway to Nightmare. We are what we are because we have been what we have been. And what is needed for solving the problems of human life and motives is not moral estimates, but more knowledge. According to the father of modern psychology, Sigmund Freud. But I have often wondered, who does the psychologist talk to when they need guidance?
I know that it was you!
Lady, I'm just a cab driver.
Admit it! It was you!
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Maybe you will remember this.
Hey, lady, put that knife down. I'll give you anything you want.
How about your life?
Our mystery drama, Rampage, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and Crimson McKenzie, and stars Raven Adams and Crimson McKenzie. It is sponsored in part by Swanage Press. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. There are some people who feel the need to talk to someone about problems in their life. They seek out a sympathetic ear, some guidance to whatever is going on. A psychologist will listen and try to help them through the difficulties of life. However, there are those that cannot take life anymore and decide to take matters into their own hands.
I know that you were out here somewhere. You think that by keeping me locked away, you can just Get away from me! You forgot who you are dealing with. Tick, tick, tick. You couldn't kill me when you stabbed me. I was too tenacious for that. I saw your face. I know what you look like. Tick, tick.
Excuse me, ma'am, but do you need some help?
What?
I said, do you need some help? I saw you walk into the alley. And the way that you're dressed...
What's wrong with the way I'm dressed?
Well, you're wearing a nightgown. It looks like you have pajamas on. Not exactly the thing to wear in the middle of the city.
I'm trying to get to my apartment.
Oh. Well, where do you live?
Over on 5th Avenue. I take this alley because it's a shortcut.
No, ma'am. 5th Avenue is about 7 blocks in the other direction.
Why did you follow me?
Ma'am, have you been in an accident?
Who are you?
I'm just trying to help.
No! No, you are him! You did it!
Let me get you to the hospital.
I do know you. You are the one! It's you! Dark hair, about 6 foot. That watch. Tick, tick, tick.
Hey, lady, I was just trying...
The gold watch! Tick, tick, tick. I remember that as you put your hand over my mouth. Tick, 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 tick. I remember everything! Tick.
Hey, put that knife down.
Did you think you could attack me again? Oh, not this time!
Oh.
I know that you were out here. You attacked me. Tried to kill me. And for what? A couple of dollars? Or did you have something else in mind? I knew that I should not have been on that side of the city, but the car had broken down. You said that you would help me.
Need a cab, lady?
What? Oh, yes, I do.
Yeah. Where to?
I'm not sure.
Hey, are you okay? Maybe you need to go to the hospital.
Yes, the hospital. I do need to be at the hospital.
Which hospital?
I'm sorry?
Lady, we got 4 major hospitals here, not to mention the 7 private ones. Which one do you need to go to?
I'm not sure.
Say, you don't look so good. Are you hurt?
Why do you ask that?
You got blood on your gown and on your hands. Someone attack you?
Yes. You did.
Me? I'm just a cab driver.
You know what you did to me? You know that you left me to die in that alleyway. I remember. Dark hair, about 6 feet. That flippin' watch.
Lady, I think you need some help.
You didn't think to change your clothes? You thought I was dead, didn't you?
Now look, I'm just a cab driver and...
No, it's you. I recognize your face.
Hey, now, lady.
Admit it. Admit what you did.
Put that knife down.
I can never forget that watch.
Look, you can have all the money.
And you do it again. Tick. It was here. I was sitting, having lunch. I remember. I forgot to bring the money. I'm sorry, but it seems that I forgot my purse.
Oh, excuse me. It looks like you could use a little help.
Oh, please, but I couldn't ask.
No worries. It will be my pleasure.
I promise I can pay you back. I just left my purse in my office. If you can stop by, I can...
Don't worry about it. I tell you what, have dinner with me tonight here.
All right. I'll meet you back here at 8. But the meal will be on me. That's what happened. I met you for dinner. We came back here to the restaurant and then... Oh, God! And then...
You were probably asking yourself, where are the police? A woman who has committed 2 murders, walking around with blood on her nightgown, would surely attract someone's attention. I have lived in large cities around the country, and the one thing that I have noticed is that no one notices anything. Perhaps you will be able to notice a few things when I return with Act 2. The pendulum of the mind oscillates between sense and nonsense, not between right and wrong, so says Carl Jung. And while right and wrong is part of the human condition, in some people there is no distinction between the two.
Hiya, Lieutenant.
Hi, Henry. Come in and sit down.
What's going on?
I'm about to dump 2 cases in your lap.
Huh, great. As if I didn't have enough.
You know I wouldn't do it if I had more detectives, but the city's cut our budget yet again, so it's you.
Just give me the files.
Happened about an hour ago. First victim is Charles Thurgood, stockbroker. He was found stabbed to death in an alleyway. Second vic is a cab driver, Marty Lewis.
So, what's the connection?
Both were stabbed with quite possibly the same weapon. Mere hours apart, according to the medical examiner. They were both found within a mile from the corner of 9th and Main.
Lieutenant Mars, let me guess. Not one witness or suspect.
Well, isn't that what you specialize in?
How did you know? Well, it wasn't robbery. According to the report, the guy still had his wallet, his watch, cash, and car keys on him. Whoever did this really hated this guy. You were the first officer on the scene?
Oh, yes, sir. Officer Stewart. The cab had been sitting on the corner for a while. I was just coming out of the coffee shop. I walked up to it, saw the victim, and just called it in.
And no one saw anything.
We canvassed everyone here, but you're right. No one saw anything.
Story of my life. Okay, so how much was taken?
Nothing, sir. All the money was still in the till.
Let me guess. Multiple stab wounds to the face and neck.
Yes. I knew Mac. He was a great guy. Sometimes he would offer to give a lift, even if the person didn't have any money.
Sounds like a pretty good person.
He was, sir. I just hope that you catch whoever did this.
Me too, Officer Stewart. Me too. Lieutenant Mars, I think we have a serial killer on our hands.
Now, what would make you think that?
2 corpses. Both stabbed to death. Neither of them robbed, and neither of them have a connection to each other. Someone is out there with a very large knife, and apparently looking for their next victim. At the very least, a spree killer. 2 bodies, same MO, both DOA, and they both quite favor one another.
Let's not talk like that. The last thing I need to do is send the city into a panic. What does the brain people say?
They're giving me a profile of a white male, 30 to 40, schizophrenic, probably homeless, who's had something very bad happen to him. He may not kill again, but the chances are pretty high. He's tasted blood, and he wants more.
Great. Well, isn't that helpful?
I just can't believe that no one saw anything.
You were so kind. You wanted to drive me home.
You wanted to have a drink? What did you do? You dragged me into a filthy, dirty alley and tried... But... Oh... I will find you. Do you hear me? I will find...
Excuse me, miss?
What? Officer! Oh, thank God!
Are you okay?
I've been attacked.
Let me get you to the hospital. Are you bleeding?
Me? Oh, no. It isn't my blood.
Well, is the person who attacked you hurt?
I'm not sure. I ran away.
Where did this happen?
Down here, in the alleyway.
What were you doing down here?
I have you now.
Did you say something, ma'am?
You won't get away with it! That watch! It gives you away every time! Why can't you just leave me alone? Tick! 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 Tick!
Detective Henry Jackson.
We have another one.
No, damn.
Yeah, in an alleyway on 9th. And this time it's one of our own.
Who?
You met him earlier, Officer Stewart, Officer Paul Stewart. And Henry, this time, the killer has carved his face completely off.
Detective Henry Jackson slowly puts the phone down. He heads out to the latest murder crime scene, dreading to see the aftermath. I suggest we take a short pause before we get into the aftermath of Act 3 shortly. Jim Morrison once said that the most loving parents and relatives commit murder with smiles on their faces. Our Lady in the Nightgown seems to have no qualms in dispatching her victims.
He never even had the chance to pull his weapon. The only blood that wasn't his was on his wrist and his watch. I'm hoping that we get a fingerprint analysis.
He's only been on the force for about 2 years. I'm the one that has to go and tell his family that
I'll do it, Lieutenant. Right now, let's concentrate on who might have done this.
What are you looking at?
Maybe nothing. You see that woman over there?
Who? The homeless one?
Yeah, maybe she saw something.
They talked to everyone out here.
I just want to ask her. You never know.
Yes, I see you. Walking across the street. Tick, tick, tick. You were dressed in that dapper business suit that night as well.
I'm so glad that you met with me tonight. You are a very wonderful lady.
Oh, I'm no one special.
Well, I beg to differ. Well, now, if you are finished.
My, that is a very handsome watch.
I got it as a gift this evening at the promotion party.
Promotion?
Yes, I was promoted to lead investigator. Quite an honor. Now, why don't I walk you to your car?
Why, thank you, kind sir. You are a gentleman. Oh, my car is over here.
Will you look at that?
What?
It's the darndest thing. You should really see this.
What do you see?
This.
Oh, God! A knife? Please don't hurt me!
Don't be silly, darling. I'm not going to hurt you. I'm just going to kill you.
That's what you said. You were going to kill me. That watch. I heard your watch tick, 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 tick.
But you didn't. You didn't hurt me. I survived because that is what I do.
Excuse me, miss?
Oh, yes. I see you. Walking up to me. Do you have a knife? I have a knife.
Did you happen to see... Hey!
And now I have you!
Hold it! Don't make me shoot!
You! You did this to me!
Stay right there!
And now, I will kill you! I have to find him. I have to.
You are going to be okay. I'm giving you something to calm you.
No, I have to find him.
Do you know what day it is?
Of course. It's Thursday.
Can you tell me your name?
I'm Abby. Abigail Jones.
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure. I should know who I am.
Any idea who she is?
Waiting for the doctor. Don't worry, it was a righteous shoot.
She came at me, screaming that she was going to kill me.
I know, I was there.
Detective?
Yes, doctor. Well?
She's going to be okay. You shot her in the shoulder. It was in and out. We have her sedated.
But who is she?
That is Dr. Mary Williams. She's a psychiatrist who works on the 4th floor.
The 4th floor? But isn't that...
Yes, the maximum security ward. She left work 2 days ago and no one has heard from her since.
Until now. So what happened?
She spent the last decade or so listening to traumatized victims and their horror stories, doing what she could to try and help. She was working with the Special Victims Unit on a variety of issues, mostly dealing with young girls and women who had tragic events in their life. Imagine the horror stories that she's heard. To tell you the truth, I'm not surprised that this has happened. Knowing what she must have been hearing all of these years and having to deal with it herself.
I wonder which one sent her over the edge.
The longest patient that she had was Abigail Jones. She's been seeing her every Tuesday for the past 10 years.
Who is Abigail Jones?
She was the case that you guys worked a decade ago. She was rescued from an uncle who had kept her in the basement off of 9th Street in Maine for almost a decade. She broke free, killed him, and has been here ever since.
I remember that case. When we found him, she'd sliced his face until it was unrecognizable. All we had was a corpse with a bright, shiny gold watch. God only knows what he did to her in that place.
And Dr. Richards has been treating her every Tuesday since it happened. She would never talk to any male psychologist. She took up with Mary, and they finally began a dialogue about a year into her treatment. Before that, all she would say was, "That watch, I see it, I know it, I will find you, you won't hurt me again."
Tick, 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 tick. Oh, I'm okay. Even through the medication. Tick, 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 tick. I'll rest here for a little while. Tick, tick, tick. And then I must get back to work. I will find you. I will find you, and I will kill you. This time! Tick, tick, tick.
Who knows what can drive a person past the point of insanity? And who does one talk to when all they do is listen to the problems and insanity of others? For Dr. Mary Williams, only she could know the answer to that question.
Tick, 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 tick. Tick, tick, tick.
I'll be back with a final word. Listening seems to be a dying art. There are those who seem to be born listeners, but I have often wondered, who do they talk to if they are only listening? Our cast included Crimson McKenzie, Raven Adams, Dave Arkhipov, William Stafford, Robert Jackson, Winslow Swan, Patience Adams, and Mark Wheeler. The entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
It's just another ghost, Fred. What can you possibly be afraid of?
It's not the ghost. It's who it is.
Fred, how bad could it be?
Oh, you two have been so nice to me, and I don't want to cause any trouble.
What kind of trouble?
I just know that she is going to find me.
Who?
My wife.
Doorway to Nightmare is sponsored in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hi, it's Crimson. If you enjoy these plays, please hit that like button. That way we know. Don't forget to subscribe and share it with all your friends.
When you sleep, you enter into another world. Beyond that world lies the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host through the Doorway to Nightmare. Halloween. The very word conjures up images of ghosts, pumpkins, witches, and of course, a haunted house. To visit a haunted house, one that has been created by someone, can be fun and exciting. But what if you lived in a house that had its own resident ghost?
It's just another ghost, Fred. What can you possibly be afraid of?
It's not the ghost. It's who it is.
Fred, how bad could it be?
Oh, you two have been so nice to me, and I don't want to cause any trouble.
What kind of trouble?
I just know that she is going to find me.
Who?
My wife.
Our mystery drama, Haunting Gets Haunted, was suggested from a story and edited by Crimson McKenzie and written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan. Our stars, Crimson McKenzie, William Stafford, Raymond Gibson, and Annie Mick. It is sponsored in part by Swanage Press. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Stan and Dorothy Peters live in a haunted house. Oh, it's not the kind that you would think would be haunted by some evil spirit. Their house is now the residence of Frederick Washington Davis, a rather timid and absent-minded spirit.
The house looks great, Stan!
I sure hope so. Think we have enough skeletons?
Oh, Stan, this is gonna be the best Halloween ever! We have the biggest cauldron full of candy, and all the good candy. Not those little suckers or things with caramel. We have the coolest decorations, I mean, not that I'm bragging, but maybe I am. And everyone in the neighborhood knows to come here.
And only 2 weeks away. I'm surprised you didn't print up flyers.
That reminds me. I have to call the printers and see if the posters are ready.
Don't tell me you didn't.
Of course not, silly. Just a full-page ad in the newspaper.
Oh, Lord.
I'm kidding again. Gosh. You know how much I love Halloween? The only thing better is taking a 2-week holiday, which I am already in the process of planning.
We also have something else that no one else has.
Where's Fred, anyway?
I don't know. Fred?
I'm here. Wow, Mrs. Peters, the house looks great.
Why, thank you, Fred. You know it's your first Halloween here. I hope that you're ready.
Oh, I've been practicing very hard. Here, let me show you.
Wait a minute. Which one are you going to try?
Does it make a difference?
Yes, it does. Last time he did the dog howl, 25 dogs showed up at the back door.
But they were so cute.
How about rattling chains?
What about them?
Our neighbors thought we were having an adult party with whips and chains. Mr. Harlow doesn't even look at me the same way anymore.
How about the creaking door? That's not too bad, is it?
Go ahead.
Okay, 1 second.
What the hell was that?
Oh, I'm so sorry, Mrs. Peters. That was a banshee scream.
Fred, I warned you. Yes, Mrs. Williams. No, it wasn't what you think it is. Yes, Dorothy's fine. Well, it is Halloween. Okay, Mrs. Williams. Yes, we will. Yes, you have a good night as well.
Everything okay?
Define okay.
What happened?
Mrs. Williams from across the street said that she fell off her sofa when she heard Fred here. She called to ask if you were okay.
I wonder if she would do a videotape and a replay for us.
It's not funny, Dot.
Oh, Stan, lighten up. Now, are you going to go and look for some new cars for me?
Could I come with you?
I thought you were supposed to stay in your residence.
As long as I'm with one of you, I can go anywhere.
Next time Dorothy goes somewhere, you can go.
Well, I'm going somewhere, all right, but I'm going to draw a hot bath with some bubblies, a few candles, and a nice glass of wine.
Fred, get in the car.
Stan, where are we going?
To the car lot. Dorothy's going to need a car, and I told her that I would look around for something nice for her.
No, I mean, why are you going down this street?
It's just a shortcut, Fred. What's the matter?
Well, I think...
Frederick Washington Davis!
What the heck was that?
I think that was my wife.
Okay. We can look at cars tomorrow. Let's just get off this road and get back home.
Stan looks at Fred, who shivers violently. Could a ghost be scared of another ghost? We will find out when I return with Act 2. Frederick Washington Davis became the resident ghost of Stan and Dorothy Peters some time ago. He has been dead for quite some time, but has settled in nicely, until Stan passes a house and Fred becomes afraid.
Fred, what are you afraid of?
Well, you remember that I told you that my wife killed me because I was seeing her sister and...
Let's not get into that.
Well, I never thought that we would ever pass the house where...
Where what?
Well, she is haunting that house. And will I...
You are what, Fred?
Are you home already?
Yes, honey.
What? Why are you back so early?
Well, it seems that Fred has not told us everything about this ghost business.
Fred, are you here?
I'm here.
Well, then materialize already.
I'm scared to.
Stan, what is he talking about?
Frederick Washington Davis.
That's why.
Stan, what was that?
That would be Mrs. Davis.
What is she doing here?
I know you are here. Come out and face me.
Quiet! Now, will you please tell me who exactly you are?
I am your worst nightmare. I am your monster that lurks in the closet. I am the one who can rain down hell and not bat an eye. I am Fred's wife.
That's no reason to come in here and...
Are you the little trollop that Fred's been pining over?
I beg your pardon.
Frederick! Get out here this minute!
Yes, dear?
So this is the new woman in your life.
Now, wait just a minute.
And who is this so-called man?
How would you like a swift kick in the...
Stan!
She has no business talking to us like that.
Frederick, explain yourself.
Well, you see, dear, I was...
Trying to get away from me again.
Fred, what is she talking about?
Well, you remember I told you that I was transferred to another house, and you guys took me in, and we were so happy, and I didn't want to leave, and then Stan drove past that house.
We were supposed to leave together. But since Frederick did not include my name on the orders, I was left behind. Again.
What do you mean, again?
This makes the 4th time that he has tried to run away from me.
Do you blame me?
But we were married, and that is not going to happen.
Hang on. I thought you killed him.
Is that what he told you? Frederick, tell them the truth.
But, dear, you did kill me.
I slapped you. You were cheating on me with my own sister, that cow, and I slapped you. I had every right to. Was it my fault that you tripped over the rake that you left in the yard and fell down the well, breaking your neck?
But if you had not have slapped me, I wouldn't have tripped. So therefore...
Enough! Let's go home.
Fred, what does she mean?
Didn't Fred explain? The high office deemed that married couples should stay together forever.
I have always had a special place in my heart for Fred, but now I have much more sympathy for him. I can tell you that Mrs. Davis is a most unagreeable ghost, and one that you would not want to cross or meet in an old, dark house. You meet me back here for Act 3 shortly. Frederick Washington Davis has been found by his deceased wife, Mrs. Davis. Apparently, he has been trying to get away from her for a long time.
Stan, what are we gonna do?
About what?
We can't let Fred go with that shrew!
Keep your voice down. She may be floating about.
Well, I don't care. How could Fred have ever married that woman?
Well, it was spring, and the hollyhocks were growing, and the chickadees were singing.
Aw, Fred, that's so sweet.
After the first night, I was arrested 12 times for picking up hollyhocks and throwing them at chickadees.
Why didn't you just leave her?
Oh, it was a totally different time way back then. Leaving a woman, no matter how bad she was something that a man didn't do.
Stan, think. We have to do something.
I'm afraid that I don't have a choice.
Stan.
Fred, it's time you stood up to your wife. What are you, a ghost or a mouse?
Squeak, squeak, squeak.
Now cut that out. Stan is right. You have to stand up to her.
But you saw her. And that was when she's in a good mood.
Are you ready to go?
Well, dear...
Frederick!
Listen, you. Fred has something important to tell ya.
You stay out of this, you little hussy.
Keep that up and I'm gonna kick you right in the ectoplasm. Besides, I thought it was till death do us part. Don't make me call control and take out an SPO on you.
A spiritual protective order? Oh, Fred, you've been getting along well here, haven't you? But it's time to go. Now.
Well, I guess I'm ready to go.
Now you are talking sense. And when we get home, you have a lot to do.
Yes,
there
dear.
are cobwebs to put up, dust to lay out, footprints to make.
Yes, dear.
If you expect me to do all the haunting, you have another thing coming.
Yes, dear.
Now, let's go. We have a long way to go, and I don't want to be out when the sun comes up.
Oh, yes, dear. Could I just say goodbye?
Well, all right. But make it quick. I'll be outside.
How can you stand her?
Oh, you get used to it. Well, I guess I had better go. It's really been great staying here.
Oh, Fred. I wish I could give you a hug.
I do too, Mrs. Peters.
Maybe you could come over for, a visit.
Oh, yes, Fred. You are more than welcome any time.
Thank you both. Well, I guess I'd better go.
Oh, Stan. He brought a lot of life into this house.
I know, Dot. I know. I'm going to miss the little bugger too. He wasn't all that bad to have around.
Oh! I almost want to die. Come back as a ghost and kick that so-called woman right in the...
You and me both. But we have to go on. And when one of us goes, that's not going to be for a long time. We will hunt her down and...
I'm back!
Fred!
What happened?
Well, I tell ya. I looked her right in the eye when she materialized again, and I told her that I loved those two people in there. They took me in, and I owe it to them to stick around.
Oh, Fred, we love you too.
So you ditched her?
Like a shovel. I told her that if she ever comes back here, you would call an exorcist and banish her.
We could have done that?
I don't know. Sounded good.
So you made it up? Oh, Fred, I'm so proud of you!
Well, Halloween is coming, and there is no way I was going to let you down. Now, imagine the little tykes open the door and hear this. Are you prepared to meet your fate? Beware. Beware.
This is gonna be the best Halloween ever!
And it was. Stan and Dorothy never heard from Mrs. Davis again. And Fred? Well, he is still working on his bag of tricks and hopes that by next Halloween, he will be ready. You be ready too when I come back shortly. Living in a haunted house with a ghost like that of Fred, I believe, would be fun. Of course, I'm not sure that I would feel comfortable taking a shower. Our cast included Crimson McKenzie, William Stafford, Raymond Gibson, and Annie Mick. The entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Mangy thing. Always getting around my feet, trying to trip me up, trying to kill me. That's all right. Here's a little milk for you. Well, come on. Drink it up. You shouldn't be able to smell the arsenic that I added. Well, come on. Drink it. And then I'll finally be rid of you.
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hi, it's Crimson. If you enjoy these plays, please hit that like button. That way we know. Don't forget to subscribe and share it with all your friends.
When you sleep, you enter into another world. Beyond that world lies the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host through the Doorway to Nightmare. What greater gift than the love of a cat, asks Charles Dickens. It has been said that cats choose the people that they want to be with, and not the other way around.
Mangy thing. Always getting around my feet, trying to trip me up, trying to kill me. That's all right. Here's a little milk for you. Well, come on. Drink it up. You shouldn't be able to smell the arsenic that I added. Well, come on. Drink it. And then I'll finally be rid of you.
Our mystery drama, Here Kitty Kitty, was written especially for The Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include Winslow Swan and Crimson McKenzie. It is sponsored in part by Swanage Press. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. There are 600 million cats in the world, so chances are good that one is sitting on your lap as you listen. As you look at your sleeping cat, have you ever wondered how much we, mere humans, know about the history of cats and where they came from? How long have they been a part of our lives? Is it the history of domesticated cats? Or did they simply decide to include us in their lives? What caused the transformation from the majestic and feral wildcat to your furry friend and cuddly companion?
Yes, Uncle. I'm getting your precious medicine and meal. I'm coming.
You withered old fool.
Jeffrey, what took you so long?
It takes some time to prepare your food, Uncle. And of course, there is Tabby to think about. Nice kitty.
I can't understand why Tabby doesn't like you.
Ever since you found it, she's always been trying to scratch me. I feed you, you mangy little ball of fur.
Well, she's been a great comfort to me over the last few weeks, haven't you, Tabby? You see, Jeffrey, she loves me unconditionally. Unlike you, Jeffrey.
Why, whatever do you mean, Uncle? I've waited on you hand and foot for the past 5 years.
Only because you had to.
Now, what a thing to say. I love you, dear Uncle.
No, you love my money. As my only living heir, you stand to inherit a great fortune.
The thought never entered my mind. No, Uncle, it never entered my mind. I get a penance for taking care of you. 5 years of washing your laundry, cooking your meals, cleaning you. And for what? A measly $1,000 a month. And you? Where did you even come from? Breakfast time, Uncle was alone, and then lunchtime, you're sitting on his chest, mewing for food. Go on, get out of my way. Hey, watch it! You mangy little piece of... If I didn't know better, I would say that you tried to kill me.
Where is he? Where is that worthless nephew?
I'm here, Uncle. I have your late-night snack.
You don't have to pretend with me, Jeffrey. Your mother and sister did you no service in making you up.
Of what, Uncle? Did she ever get any help from you? Her brother? I watched her work her fingers to the bone while she sent me to school. Coming here to fix dinner for me just so that she could get to her second job, just to make ends meet.
And now you take care of me.
That's a rather bad cough you have there. Seems to be awfully hot. Why don't we open this window? You need some fresh air.
Jeffrey! What are you doing? It's the middle of winter.
Yes, Uncle. Yes. Just breathe in that nice, fresh, clean air. Now, stay here with your master, you worthless piece of fur.
Jeffrey, my deepest condolences.
Thank you, Mr. Walters. You have been a good friend to my family for years.
As well as your uncle's attorney. 5 years you took care of the old man. Isn't that right?
Oh, it was a cross that I was honored to bear.
There is a special place for people like you, Jeffrey.
Mr. Walters, I hate to bring it up, but what about the will?
Oh, I don't think that there will be a problem. Probate should be fairly simple since you're the only heir. This house, the business holdings, stocks and bonds, you should be quite well off.
Well, how long do you think?
Oh, I would say just a few weeks. The coroner was satisfied that your uncle died of pneumonia. Shame, too. He was such a decent old man.
But what am I supposed to live on while the will goes through probate?
I'm sure the court will allow you some of the money until everything is finished. Oh, there is one thing.
What's that?
Your uncle had me come over a couple of weeks ago while you were out. He added a codicil to the will.
What are you talking about?
Well, in the event of your uncle's demise, the kitten that he had found shall remain in this house.
Remain? Are you serious?
And you will take care of it until its own demise.
I believe that Hemingway said it best. A cat has absolute emotional honesty. Human beings, for one reason or another, may hide their feelings, but a cat does not. I'll return shortly with Act 2. It has been said that there are cat people and dog people. Jeffrey does not seem to be a cat person.
Oh, filthy little beast. You should have died with my uncle. Oh no, instead he's still making my life miserable, shackling me to you. Fine. I shall take care of you until your demise. How about a nice bowl of milk? a little arsenic should hurry things along. Well, what's the matter? Don't you want your milk? Hey, there's nothing wrong with it. Now drink your nice poisoned milk, you flea-bitten furball. Ow! You scratched me! You deliberately scratched me! Oh, I'll get you! Now, come back here!
Wow! This place is huge!
Yes, it is. And you, sweet Alice, make it even more beautiful.
Oh, I bet you say that to all the girls.
Oh no, you are very special to me.
Really? We just met tonight.
I suppose I felt a sort of urge to invite you to my humble abode.
Oh, my. The way you talk. Very, refined. Is that the word?
Perfect. Now, how about a glass of...
Was that?
I'm not sure. Tabby? Is that you?
Oh, you have a cat? Oh, I adore cats.
Well, it was my uncle's before he passed on.
Yeah, kitty, kitty, kitty. Where's the little precious?
What the... That's not Tabby.
Oh, he's so big.
No, you don't understand. Tabby was just a kitten.
This is definitely not a kitten.
I don't understand it. Last night, that was a kitten.
Well, maybe it's just a stray. Just someone else's cat that came in.
Oh, no, it's Tabby. See the bell? The markings. That's Tabby.
But Jeffrey, that's a full-grown cat.
I'm telling you, that is Tabby. Here's to you, Uncle. You drove my mother to poverty. You kept me a virtual prisoner, and now you've made me a babysitter to a cat. I hope that you are rotting in hell. What was that? Tabby? Oh, you spawn of a demon. I'll get you. Thought I wasn't going to protect myself? Just show that furry little head of yours and I'll blow it off. Oh, jeez. No, it can't be. You're as big as a panther. Just sit right there. Let me aim. Damn!
You won't get away! I'll find you!
A small kitten that seems to be growing on a daily basis? Or is it all just an hallucination brought on by too much alcohol? Jeffrey doesn't seem to think so, as he loads his gun again, looking through the cavernous mansion for his prey. I'll be looking for you when I return shortly with Act 3. She sights a bird, she chuckles, she flattens, then she crawls. She runs without the look of feet, her eyes increase to balls. I wonder if Emily Dickinson ever had a cat like Tabby.
Oh, thank you. Come in, Mr. Walters.
Jeffrey, you don't look well.
Is there any way that we can break that codicil?
I don't understand.
Oh, must I stay here and take care of that wretched cat?
Well, you're not much for animals, are you, Jeffrey?
Oh, on the contrary, I adore animals. It's that cat that I cannot stand.
Well, as the attorney on record, I suppose that you could take the kitten to a shelter.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Of course, you would have to give up your uncle's fortune.
Oh, damn that man!
I don't understand you, Jeffrey. It's just a harmless little kitten.
Harmless? It's tried to kill me on several occasions.
Now, Jeffrey, I think that you're letting your imagination run away with you.
I didn't imagine that kitten growing to the size of a leopard in 3 days, did I?
Oh, come now. Do you really expect me to believe that?
Oh, I'm not sure what to believe myself.
Look, why don't you take a trip? Get out of this house for a while.
But won't I be derelict in my duty to take care of...
I'm sure that you could find someone to check in on the kitten while you're away.
Maybe you're right.
Of course I am. And don't worry so much. After all, it's only a kitten.
Hello, yes? I'm checking on my reservation. That's right. I will be leaving in the morning. And I have the stateroom booked. Excellent. Now, will someone be able to come and pick up my luggage? Oh, very good. I will see them in the morning. Thank you. Oh, you wretched little beast. Where are you? You're close. I can hear you. Fortune or no fortune, you die tonight. Oh, no. Not a rifle this time, but a fully loaded revolver. Now, where are you? Upstairs? Oh, I've got you now. I can hear you. In Uncle's room, are you? Well, not for long. So dark in here. Where the hell is that light switch? Oh, that's funny. No matter. I don't need the lights to hear you, because I can hear you on the bed, pining for my dear departed uncle. Don't worry, you'll be joining him very soon. Tabby? Tabby? Tabby!
No! No!
Jeffrey? Jeffrey? Your door was unlocked? Well, your luggage is here. Jeffrey!
Hello?
Well, hello. And who might you be?
Hi, I'm Alice. I thought I might come and see how Jeffrey was doing. Well, actually, I came to check in on Tabby.
Well, he must be somewhere around here.
There's my little furry guy.
Hello, Tabby.
He's so cute. Oh my. What'd you get yourself into?
What is that?
It's all over his fur, like sticky, like red paint or something.
That's not paint. Jeffrey! Maybe he's upstairs. Jeffrey! Are you in here? Oh, God! Oh, Lord, help us.
He's been ripped apart.
As if by some wild animal.
Oh, Tabby. Come here, baby. Oh, did you see what happened? Oh, did you try to help him? Okay, let's get you washed up, baby. Oh, you're coming home with me.
Alice and Mr. Walters stare at the mutilated body of Jeffrey. Blood stains the floor and walls a crimson red, and sitting contentedly in the arms of Alice is a small, blood-stained kitten. I will return shortly. As you have been listening to our tale, are you alone? Is there a furry little creature that purrs away, sitting relaxed in your lap? Remember the words of author Kristen Cast. Cats choose us. We do not own them. Our cast included Winslow Swan, Dave Arkhipov, Crimson McKenzie, and Mark Wheeler. The entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. And now, a preview of our next tale.
There has to be some kind of a connection.
Did you ever stop to think that maybe we're dealing with an ordinary run-of-the-mill psychopath?
You better hope not, Ferraro.
He's bound to slip up sometime, and when he does, I'll be there to catch him.
I wouldn't count on it.
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press.
Hey guys, it's Crimson. If you enjoy these plays, please hit that like button. That way we know. Don't forget to subscribe and share it with all your friends.
This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it. If you are enjoying these shows, let us know by hitting that like button and subscribe to the channel. And if you have a comment, feel free to leave one of those as well, if you dare. When you sleep, you enter into another world. Beyond that world lies the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host through the doorway to Nightmare. While Sir Arthur Conan Doyle introduced the world to Sherlock Holmes, it was Poe who created the deductive reasoning of a private detective. Although Poe was not as prolific as Doyle, his armchair detective was no match.
There has to be some kind of a connection.
Did you ever stop to think that maybe we're dealing with an ordinary run-of-the-mill psychopath?
You better hope not, Ferraro.
He's bound to slip up sometime, and when he does, I'll be there to catch him.
I wouldn't count on it.
Our mystery drama, The Casebook of Sidney Chase, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow, Swan, and Crimson McKenzie, and stars Crimson McKenzie and Winslow Swan. It is sponsored in part by Swanage Press. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. The world of detective fiction is rather broad and has been around for many years. From the logical, deductive reasoning of Holmes to the hard-boiled Mike Hammer, private detectives come in all shapes, sizes, and even sexes.
Yes, I'm Dr. Alexander McDougall, friend and confidant of Sidney Chase. And yes, I know why you have sought me out. You wish to hear the true facts of the case. Well, you've definitely come to the right person. You see, I was there the entire way, so I can give you the honest truth. Of course, you probably already know Sidney Chase, a brilliant detective who left the police force after her husband passed away. I was his doctor, you see, and became friends with the both of them. When she decided to enter the private sector, I told her that I thought it might actually do her a world of good. As for the case that you are referring to, well, it was our usual Wednesday chess game, and I went to her apartment.
You're a little late, Alex.
Oh, I had to stop and see a patient on my way here. Wait a minute. How did you know I was coming?
It's quite obvious, Alex. I noticed the scuff marks on your shoes and the small nick on your cheek where you cut yourself shaving. I also can see a small smudge of yellow, which appears to be egg that you spilled on your jacket. In a hurry?
But how in the world does that tell you I was coming here?
Elementary, my dear Alex. It's Wednesday. You always come here on Wednesday to play chess.
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I forgot what day it was. But only momentarily.
It's okay, Alex. Even I have lapses of memory sometimes. So, how is the patient?
What patient?
The one you saw before coming here? Remember? Nothing serious, I hope.
Oh, yes. No, just changing a bandage.
Well, come in.
Well, any interesting cases come up?
You mean besides the lost dogs and purloined jewelry that fell behind a dresser and was eventually found? No, nothing yet. I'm beginning to wonder if I ever should have become a private detective.
I'm sure that something will turn up that will pique your interest. Besides, you've only had your license for 3 months. You can't expect cases to fall out of the sky.
It would be nice if one were to knock at the door, at least. Would you get the door while I fix us something to drink? Your usual?
Oh, yes, that's fine.
Mr. Sidney Chase?
No, I'm afraid not. But Sidney is here. Won't you come in? Sidney, I believe that you have a client.
Hello. What can I do for you?
I'm sorry. You're Sidney Chase.
Expecting a man.
Well, I...
Why don't you have a seat and tell me why you are here?
Oh, would you care for a drink?
No,
Why don't we start with your name?
My what?
Your name?
Oh, my name is Charles Sheffield. Charlie, for short.
Okay, Charlie. What can I do for you?
Well, I'm not sure. You see, the police have already closed the case.
What case is that?
Donnie Appleton. You see, he's dead.
Then there really isn't a case.
No, you don't understand. I'm sorry. I guess I'm not making myself very clear.
Why don't you start by telling us who Donnie Appleton is?
Oh, forgive me. This is my friend Dr. Alexander McGoogle.
Oh, Sydney, please. It's McDougal, if you don't mind.
Believe me, you can get more medical help from Google than the good doctor here.
Oh, really?
I'm just teasing, Alex. Please, Mr. Sheffield, continue.
Donnie was my neighbor in the apartment building over on Stanfield. He moved in about 6 months ago, and we met in the elevator. We found out that we both had similar interests, and we became friends.
Well, what did Donnie do for a living?
He was a cartoonist. Satire, mostly. Along the lines of The Far Side or Mad Magazine. Pretty funny stuff, too.
Did he make a good living doing that?
Well, that's just it. He was about to.
What do you mean?
He had just signed with the publishing firm who had gotten him a deal with a national newspaper chain. His cartoon was to premiere next week in the Sunday edition of about 100 papers, with more signing on. He even showed me the advance check for $10,000 that he had received.
Quite an impressive sum of money for drawing cartoons.
That's what I had said. So it came as quite a shock when the police determined that he had committed suicide.
Suicide? Was he having some problems with other areas of his life?
Not that I'm aware of. Both of his parents had passed away, and he had no other family. He dated, but only sporadically, and never the same girl twice. He said that he was waiting for someone special to come along.
Were there perhaps some other financial problems that he talked about?
Well, if there were, he never discussed them with me.
So, what would you like for me to do?
I don't think that it was suicide. I think that he was murdered.
Do you remember who the lead detective was on the case?
Someone named Anthony something.
Anthony something? It wouldn't have to be Anthony Ferraro, would it?
Yes, that was it.
Then it doesn't surprise me that he concluded it to be a suicide. By the way, how did your friend die?
I found him, hanging from the chandelier in his apartment. We were supposed to go to the ball game that evening. When I knocked on the door, it opened and I saw him.
So it possibly could have been suicide.
I still think it was murder.
So, Sydney, what now?
Oh, I'm definitely gonna look into it. Especially since old Ferrari closed the case.
Oh, you don't think that Ferraro will mind?
Of course he will. Which makes it all the more fun.
Why do you call him Ferrari anyway?
Because he jumps to a conclusion faster than a Ferrari goes from 0 to 60.
Making a conclusion based on facts is the job of the detective on any case. However, sometimes the facts can be misleading. I'll be back with Act 2. Sidney Chase, former detective for the police department and now a private detective, has taken on a case of an apparent suicide. She is currently entering her former workplace to discuss the case with Lieutenant Anthony Ferraro.
Hiya, Tony. Mind if I come in?
Well. If it isn't the gumshoe, what brings you around? Wait, don't tell me. You have a case of homesickness, and you want your badge back.
Not quite, Ferrari.
That's Ferraro.
Whatever.
Look, Sydney, I know that we didn't exactly get along.
Get along? Get along? You hated working with me. When the captain gave me the lead on the Mason homicide, you practically had kittens.
Come on, Sydney. We solved the case, didn't we?
After you had arrested the wrong man who had an airtight alibi.
So I made a mistake. Sue me.
The family almost did. Had it not been for me finding the real killer.
Get out of my office!
But that's water over the dam. I'm private now and won't get in your way anymore.
Why do I think there's a but in that statement?
What can you tell me about Donnie Appleton?
That case is closed. I closed it myself. It was clearly a suicide. End of story.
Then you won't mind me looking at the case file?
Help yourself. You know where Records is located. I'll even call down and have them pull it for you.
Well, I know it isn't Wednesday, and here you have called me over. What was the big emergency?
Look at this photo, Alex.
Sydney, are these crime scene photos?
Yes, they are.
How were you able to get them out of the precinct station?
The keeper of the files owed me a favor.
Dare I ask?
I kept his brother out of jail.
Oh, never mind. Now, what am I supposed to be looking at?
Oh, come on, Alex. That would take all the fun out if I simply told you.
I'm not very comfortable looking at a hanging man.
You used to be a coroner. How does that bother you?
I saw them on a table as I was about to perform an autopsy. I didn't go and get them.
Pretend he's on a table then. Besides, it's not the body that you should be looking at.
I'm still not quite sure. Wait a minute.
Do you see it now?
I think so.
Tell me what you see.
Well, it's what I don't see that has me confused.
Exactly!
Have you talked to Ferraro about this?
Not yet. I have to get this file back to my friend in Records in the morning. Then I will talk to Tony Ferrari.
Oh, he's not going to like this.
So what else is new?
Well, Miss Chase, fancy seeing you again. Looking for the crown jewels?
No, just a side of spotted dick. I believe I just found it. Yummy. All jokes aside, I have some rather distressing news for you.
No, they didn't give you your badge back, did they?
Worse. You're gonna have to reopen a case. The Donnie Appleton case, to be precise.
I told you, Chase, that case was closed.
Thought you told me to close my mouth.
Ruled a suicide. I warned you that if you got in my way...
If you had bothered to do just a little detective work, you would have seen that it is murder. Here, look at the crime scene photo.
I've seen it. I was there.
Look harder.
I don't have to.
Where's the chair?
What chair?
How do you think he got his neck in the rope? Usually when someone hangs themselves, they tend to use a chair or box to stand on. Where's the chair? He's just dangling from the rope, at least 3 foot above the floor. Did his ghost put the chair back at the table? Ooh, maybe the cleaning woman came in, completely ignored the dead body swaying by the chandelier, picked up the chair, put it back in place, and straightened up before she left.
All right. You made your point. So what do you suggest I do about
It's murder, Ferrari! Cold, calculated murder!
Stop shouting.
It's the only way to talk to you. Of course, the case is at least a week old, so there goes your suspects, if you even had any.
Chase, get out of my office. I'll reopen the case, but you lay off.
First suicide, now murder? Sydney Chase smiles as she leaves the lieutenant's office. Her brain is working hard as the thought of having an actual murder case intrigues her. You be intrigued as well, as I return with Act 3 shortly. Private Detective Sidney Chase has been hired by Charles Sheffield to look into the death of his friend, Donnie Appleton. Suicide has now become murder.
Well, Sidney, how are you planning to start your investigation?
Well, I proved that it was murder. I talked with Charlie and he gave me a very short list of names of people that may or may not have known Donnie. So...
What sort of motive would someone have for killing him and making it look like a suicide?
That, dear Alex, is the million-dollar question. With no family and no heirs to an estate, there really isn't a motive.
Well, from what Charlie told us, he seemed to be a pretty easygoing man. You don't think that someone had it in for him, do you?
For what purpose? I could understand if he had a partner in this cartoon business, but he didn't.
Are we sure about that? Charlie couldn't have known everything about the man. He had just met him, 6 months ago.
You're right about that.
Maybe Charlie is the killer.
Just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Charlie would not have benefited from Donnie's death.
That we know of.
Besides, I checked on my client. He isn't hurting for money at all. He bought his apartment outright 3 years ago. His credit's good and all of his bills are paid up. So what would have been his motive?
Now, I suppose you're right. So where does that leave us?
Right smack dab on square one and nothing. Sidney Chase?
Oh, Sidney. Meet me at 74 Parkside Road, apartment 4C.
A date? Why, Tony, are you sweet on me?
Damn it, Sidney. No, it's not a date.
Then why should I come to 74 Parkside Road?
Look, Chase, I'm tired, very tired. I took what you gave me on that Appleton case upstairs, and it was reopened.
Well, that's one way to apologize.
I'm not apologizing. Just get your ass down here.
Again, why should I?
Because we've got another apparent suicide, hanging victim, and no chair close by. Is that enough of a reason for you?
Just make sure you get plenty of pictures. And I want the lab people in here pronto.
Hi, Tony.
Oh, you made it. And who is this?
Oh, I'm Alex McDougal.
He's my associate. I see you already cut the body down.
Medical examiner hasn't arrived yet.
Why don't you let Alex take a look? He is the doctor.
Oh, yeah? Well, Doc, take a look.
Well, it's been a while, but I will try. Okay, we have a white male, about 30, contusion around the neck from what looks like a rope burn. Oh, wait a minute. Lieutenant, this man was definitely murdered. Look here, where the rope burn is. You can see a second ligature mark across the neck. That is mechanical strangulation. This man was strangled first before he was hanged.
Are you sure?
Well, from just a first look, I would say yes.
Tell the inmate to let me know ASAP. If there are any defensive wounds to the body, run the fingernail cuttings for DNA, everything. He may have tried to fight back.
I do know how to do my job, Sidney.
Who is he, anyway?
Mr. Frank Marshall. Name ring a bell?
I should say so.
Excuse me, but I'm a little lost. Who is Frank Marshall?
Oh, no one really. Until yesterday, when he hit the lottery.
And someone kills him today. You think that the murder of Donnie Appleton and Frank Marshall are connected?
Sidney and Alex head back to her apartment to ponder over the two cases. You head back here when I return shortly. And now a preview of the conclusion of the casebook of Sidney Chase.
I keep looking at the photos and nothing is just jumping out at me.
You're tired, Sidney. Maybe you should just get some rest.
No, Alex, look! I know that you're my friend and that you mean well, but this is driving me up the wall.
Ferraro isn't making much headway either.
Does he ever? What really worries me is there's absolutely no connection with either of the victims.
Why does that have you worried?
Because it means we possibly have a serial killer on our hands. And there is no way of knowing when he or she will kill again.
The writers of detective fiction are probably some of the greatest criminals that never were. They have to think up crimes for their detectives to solve. A rather fun way to make a living, don't you think? Our cast included Crimson McKenzie, Winslow Swan, Dave Arkhipov, and Raven Adams. The entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan, and the story was edited by Crimson McKenzie.
So did you like the story today?
Yes, I did.
Well, why don't you hit that like button?
I think I will.
Would you like to hear more stories?
I sure would.
Then why don't you hit that subscribe button?
Can I share it to all my friends?
Would you please?
Oh, thank you.
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hi, this is Winslow.
This is Crimson.
And if you like what we're doing,
hit that like button.
And if you want to hear more,
subscribe.
When you sleep, you enter into another world. Beyond that world lies the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host through the Doorway to Nightmare. Sidney Chase, a private detective, has been hired to look into the apparent suicide of Donnie Appleton. After looking at crime scene photographs, she convinces Lieutenant Ferrero, who had closed the case, to reopen it. Now, another murder in the form of a staged suicide has happened, and Sidney has no clues or suspects.
I keep looking at the photos and nothing is just jumping out at me.
You're tired, Sidney. Maybe you should just get some rest.
No, Alex, look! I know that you're my friend and that you mean well, but this is driving me up the wall.
Ferraro isn't making much headway either.
Does he ever? What really worries me is there's absolutely no connection with either of the victims.
Why does that have you worried?
Because it means we possibly have a serial killer on our hands. And there is no way of knowing when he or she will kill again.
Our mystery drama, The Conclusion of the Casebook of Sidney Chase, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and Crimson McKenzie, and stars Crimson McKenzie and Winslow Swan. It is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. It takes a rather unique individual to become a detective. It requires patience, investigative rigor, and higher ethics. In addition to being exposed to highly dangerous people, the process of solving a case can take weeks, months, or even years.
Yes, I'm Dr. Alexander McDougal, although my friend Sidney Chase, private detective, refers to me as McGoogle. All in fun, but she knows that it gets me every time. Since her husband passed away and I was the family doctor, we became close friends, playing chess every Wednesday, my equivalent of being on the golf course, and her way of keeping her mental faculties in sharp focus. She was hired to look into a possible case of suicide that turned out to be murder. When a second murder took place that also looked like a suicide, Lieutenant Ferrero decided that having Sidney on his side was probably a good idea.
Now look, Sidney, you can look over the reports and pics all you want to, but hear me good.
Well.
What?
It's hear me well. Not good.
Whatever. Just make sure you stay out of my way.
Any connection with Appleton?
No, they lived across town from each other, didn't have friends in the same circle. Both were about to receive a lot of money, and except for that fact, that was the only thing that they did have in common.
Then that is bad for you, Tony.
Why do you say that?
It means that you just may have yourself a bona fide serial killer on your hands. Alex? Do you make it a habit to be in my apartment when I'm not home?
Only when I know that you need some help. Sidney, I'm your friend, as well as your doctor. You are letting this case get to you.
I suppose you're right. When I was with the force, I made it a point to make sure that cases were closed every single time. I also made sure that the facts were all correct.
And you did an admirable job. Not one case of yours was ever left unsolved. Now that is a remarkable record, and one that you should be proud of.
I am proud of my work, Alex. Now that I'm a private detective, I don't feel like I'm making much of a difference. Maybe Ferrari is right. I should get back on the force.
I'm not going to give you any sage advice, other than you should do what makes you happy.
If I don't have to work with Ferrari again, that would make me happy.
And you know that he will be wherever you are assigned.
The very reason that I don't go back to the force. And now there's this case. 2 murders. Both with the same MO. And not a thread of evidence to tie anyone to the crime.
Yes, and neither victim had enemies. No family that wished them harm. Both were about to receive large sums of money and had made plans, so suicide is out.
I noticed that you've been looking at the pictures from both crime scenes.
Well, sometimes a new pair of eyes are needed to see something, even if they are as old as mine.
Well, just let me know if something jumps out at you.
It amazes me, being a doctor, how frail the human body really is. It doesn't matter how healthy you live. It does not take much to destroy it. Even something as simple as too much caffeine can do it.
Why do you say that?
Oh, I was just being philosophical about the situation.
No, I mean about the caffeine.
Oh, that. Well, I was looking at the photos and noticed that cup of coffee in both of them.
Where?
Well, in the background on the table in the first one, and in the second one on that bookcase.
Okay, so both victims enjoyed their coffee?
Yes, but they are both from the same place. Brewmaster, over on 10th Street.
How could you possibly know that?
Oh, I have always wanted to say this, but elementary, my dear Sidney. The cups that they use are very unique. They're the only coffee shop that uses those horrid blue, green, and yellow motifs on their cups. One of my patients is always slurping one down on his visits.
Let me see that. Okay, so they both drank the same coffee.
Are we sure about that?
Have you made any progress, Miss Chase?
Well, Charlie, sort of. I do have a question for you.
Of course, anything.
Did your friend drink coffee?
Every morning. We used to stop in at Brewmaster's. He would order his usual black coffee, and then dump about half a cup of sugar and cream into it.
And that was every morning?
Well, no. The morning that he received the check for his cartoon, we went and he ordered the most expensive coffee they had. I remember that it cost him over $30.
Oh, must have been some coffee.
Did you notice anything else about the coffee shop? The people that work there, the customers, anything at all?
Well, it's a small place. Only 3 tables with a couple of chairs. I think that the couple that owns the place actually are the only workers. As for the customers, well, they're just ordinary people.
Think hard. Back to the day he ordered that expensive coffee. Did anyone seem overly interested?
Not that I... Wait a minute. Yes, now that you mention it, there was one guy.
What did he look like?
Oh, ordinary. Short hair, brown, I believe, wearing a t-shirt and jeans. Funny, though, he didn't have a computer.
Why is that funny?
Well, most people go there because of the free Wi-Fi. This guy, he only had a notebook and a pen.
Oh, that's not so unusual. I still use a notebook and pen.
Still, Alex, it's worth noting.
Now that I think about it, that guy was in there almost every day. He always had headphones in, maybe listening to music and writing, perhaps. Maybe one of those artist people, but he didn't really look like one. Kinda gives me the creeps. Always looking up, staring, but when you looked back at him, he looked away. Always sitting at the same table.
The police would call that a person of interest. Sydney perhaps has some other ideas. I'll return shortly with Act 2. Sydney Chase, private detective, has very little to go on with her latest case. Her friend Alex McDougal, retired doctor, has been tagging along and helping her out. Both are now in the office of Police Lieutenant Anthony Ferrero.
So what do you want me to do?
Don't you find it remotely interesting that both victims went to the same coffee shop?
And how do you know that?
Look at the photos! See? Right there.
Okay, so they both drank coffee. What does that prove?
It's the only connection that they have with each other. Or don't you see that?
It might interest you to know that I have been doing some work. Our second Vic did not drink coffee.
What?
If you don't believe me, go and talk to the couple that runs the coffee shop. They know practically all of their customers.
Oh, yes, I knew Mr. Appleton. Always wanted a black coffee, until the day he came in celebrating.
Did you know Frank Marshall?
Talk about ironic. Hits the lottery, comes in and gets his usual tea, and then hangs himself.
Well, that's still under investigation.
I couldn't believe it. He seemed so happy.
Wait, you mean he ordered tea and not coffee?
That's what I'm telling you.
How can you be so sure?
Because we serve the tea in a different cup than our coffee orders. These cups.
Bright orange with a giant letter B on the side? Alex, let me see those pictures again.
Something new in the case?
I'm not sure. Okay, both cups are the same in both pictures.
Well, why is that unusual?
Because Brewmaster serves tea in a different kind of cup.
Well, so?
So where did the cup that had the coffee in it come from?
Well, perhaps our victim had it delivered.
According to the owner, Frank Marshall detested coffee, which is why he only ordered tea. And then there is our mysterious man without the computer.
I take it that you have an idea brewing in that head of yours.
No, just a theory. Alex, how would you like to go get some coffee?
Alex looks at his friend, seeing the twinkle in her eyes. He is reminded of what Agatha Christie once said, "Unless you are good at guessing, it is not much use being a detective." I'm guessing that you will join me for Act 3 shortly. Author P.D. James once wrote that detective fiction confirms our belief that we live in a rational, comprehensible, and moral universe.
Yes, sir. How may I help you?
Oh, yes. I would like your very best. Something that not everyone would order.
Oh, yes, sir.
Oh, money is no object. Now, pour your best, dear lady.
My, you are in a good mood. Bit of good luck today?
Ah, I found out that I have an inheritance.
Really?
Oh, yes. Some distant uncle who passed away a couple of years ago and named me as an heir. The estate has gone through probate and they are just now informing me about the fortune.
A real fortune, sir?
Oh, yes. I'll never have to work again. May I help you?
You ordered a special coffee from Brewster's. I'm here to deliver it.
Oh, well, thank you. Let me get my wallet and...
Won't be necessary.
I don't understand.
People like you, flaunting your good fortune. Not thinking about all the people who went to bed last night hungry or had nothing to eat today?
Perhaps you had better leave.
Like them other two. You're just like them. How many people are being thrown out of their homes today because they don't have the money to pay rent? Bet you never thought about them.
Young man, why don't we sit and talk about...
Nothing to talk about. You're just another rich, pompous ass who doesn't deserve to live. Why don't you just die?
Hold it!
What? What is this?
It's called a trap, young man, and you took the bait.
Not one of my favorite terms. Where's Ferraro?
I'm here. Wanted to make sure we got everything on tape. Come on, let's go. Sydney, I...
You don't have to say that you were wrong. A thank you will suffice.
Right.
And that is as close as you are ever going to get from that man.
Oh, I think that he's coming around.
And that is the story. Of course, there was no mention in the papers or TV news about Sydney's hand in the capture of the killer. Philip Wilson was targeting people who were affluent. Like so many, he felt it was wrong that someone else had money while there were people who could have benefited more. When police found his notebook, he had almost 20 names and addresses of potential victims. It was lucky, I suppose, that he only succeeded with 2 of them. As for Sydney Chase, we still play our weekly game of chess. She still looks for lost dogs or jewelry, and in my professional estimation, she is actually comfortable with her chosen profession.
And I will be back with a final word. Crime is common. Logic is rare, wrote Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. While Sidney Chase does not always follow the rules or the deductive reasoning of Sherlock Holmes, it is still quite fun to follow her exploits. Our cast included Crimson McKenzie, Winslow Swan, Dave Arkhipov, Raven Adams, Robert Jackson, and Brenna Faith. The entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan, and the story was edited by Crimson McKenzie.
Hey guys, it's Crimson. If you enjoy these, please hit that like button. That way we know, and share it with all your friends.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
Oh yes, the birthday party for Katie.
Yes, she's been looking forward to it for a very long time.
Such a darling girl. Lovely girl, and I can see why she adores you. Does Katie know about her parents?
What are you talking about? Just what sort of priest are you?
Oh, this. Well, it does afford access to people's homes. And their lives. Their secrets.
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hi, this is Winslow.
This is Crimson.
And if you like what we're doing,
Hit the like button.
and if you want to hear more,
Subscribe.
When you sleep, you enter into another world. Beyond that world lies the doorway to Nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host through the Doorway to Nightmare. It has been said that there are no secrets in a small town. You know the sort of town that I mean, where everyone knows everyone and secrets are simply the local gossip that is passed around.
Oh yes, the birthday party for Katie.
yes, she's been looking forward to it for a very long time.
Such a darling girl. Lovely girl, and I can see why she adores you. Does Katie know about her parents?
What are you talking about? Just what sort of priest are you?
Oh, this. Well, it does afford access to people's homes. And their lives. Their secrets.
Our mystery drama, The Vicar's Mistake, was adapted from the short story and written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include Robert Jackson, Brenna Faith, Winslow Swan, and Crimson McKenzie. It is sponsored in part by Swanage Press. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Many people leave the rigors of living in the larger cities for the tranquil joy of a small town. They prefer the easygoing ways of the people, being greeted by name at the local businesses, and relaxing with friends.
It is quite nice. We have 172 souls living in this small town. Some of the families founded our little community. Nothing much changes here. Arguments are few and settled quickly. Oh, we are not a lawless town by any means. Our sheriff, Jack Moses, has been protecting the citizens for 24 years and will probably be doing it for the next 24. The leaves change in the fall and come back in the spring. The snow comes in the winter, and our little city pool promptly opens on the first day of summer. It's a town where everyone watches out for everybody else, especially if a problem arises. I had a problem arise last week.
Mr. Kessler?
Oh, yes, Father? Is everything okay?
Of course it is. Nothing to worry about. May I come in?
I suppose so. Now, look, before you begin, I just want you to know that we are not Catholic.
Oh, no one is perfect. Oh, just a small joke, Mr. Kessler.
Well, can I get you something to drink? Some lemonade?
That would be wonderful.
Why don't we go to the den? I'll get you a glass. Now, what can I do for you?
This is very good. I take it that your wife makes the lemonade fresh?
Yes, she's a stickler for all things fresh.
Where is she now?
Oh, just in town getting some last-minute supplies for the party.
Oh, yes, the birthday party for Katie. Sweet 16?
Yes, she's been looking forward to it for 6 months now.
She shouldn't be so anxious to grow up. Such a darling girl. And from my understanding, a brilliant student.
Hey, Dad.
Well, hello, sweetheart. How was school today?
Oh, it was okay.
Oh, Katie, I'm sorry. This is Father... You know, I don't believe I got your name.
I don't believe that I gave it.
Well, it's nice to meet you, Father. Dad, I'm going upstairs to get ready for the party.
Oh, that's fine, hon.
I'm not sure what to wear.
Well, don't worry. Your mother will be home soon. I'm sure that she'll help you. It's a very special night.
And everyone is coming?
Everyone is coming.
Okay. Thank you, Daddy.
Lovely girl. And I can see why she adores you.
You know, you never did tell me your name, Father.
Does Katie know about her parents?
Well, Carol and me are her parents.
Really? Are you sure that you just didn't adopt her?
I think that you had better tell me who you are, and I mean right now.
You may call me Mr. Benjamin.
Forgive me if I don't shake your hand.
Katie, I was hoping that we could be good friends.
So, what's with the priest outfit?
Oh, this. Well, it does afford access to people's homes. And their lives. Their secrets.
Well, if you're not a priest, then just what are you?
Why, I'm simply a businessman. I conduct my business not in the usual manner like with an office or with a telephone. No, I prefer to conduct my business in a more personal level.
And just what is your business?
Oh, coercion, extortion, simply put, blackmail, Mr. Kessler. Pure and simple blackmail. And, I am here to blackmail you.
A rather ugly word, blackmail, and to some more heinous a crime than murder. However, the blackmailer must be careful not to become a victim of the latter. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. How many secrets do you have? Secrets that you would not want other people to know, maybe even those closest to you. Imagine the horror of a complete stranger telling you that they know your secret and will be willing to keep it that way for a price.
Blackmail?
Yes, Mr. Kessler. I happen to know Katie's real parents.
We are her real parents.
Can we please stop pretending? You know as well as I that you adopted Katie when she was 2, when her mother murdered her father and then killed herself. Remember now, Mr. Kessler?
Honey, I'm home.
I'm in the den.
I thought I would never find the cake. You know Katie, how particular she was about the... Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you had company.
Why, hello, Mrs. Kessler. I'm Mr. Benjamin.
Pleased to meet you.
Carol, it is not a pleasure to meet this man.
I don't understand.
Well, this man has a business proposition for us.
Actually, the proposition was for you, Mr. Kessler.
I have no secrets from my wife.
Paul? What is he talking about?
It seems that Mr. Benjamin here knows about Katie.
Oh, no. Paul? So what do you want, Mr. Benjamin?
Well, let's get down to the brass tacks, as they say. I found out through a little research that Katie's mother went completely insane, stabbing her father through the heart with a wooden stake like some sort of a vampire. Afterwards, she took her own life. My question is, have you ever divulged this information to Katie? Your silence answers my question.
Oh, stop this, now!
Yes, Mr. Benjamin. Please, tell us what you want.
Why, money, Mrs. Kessler. That's what blackmail is all about.
And exactly how much money are we talking about?
Oh, I think that, let me see here. How about, say, $20,000 will suffice?
You must be joking!
When it comes to money, I never joke.
I can't come up with that kind of money.
Oh, but I think that you can. If my information is correct, you have $4,000 in a joint account, $8,000 in Katie's college fund, and the rest, I'm sure that the equity of the house will secure a loan.
And how did you know all of that?
Oh, I have my sources. They keep me well informed. Never mind the rhyme, only the reason. The only question that you should have is how you will pay the money.
And what happens after we pay you? You just keep coming back for more and more and more, don't you?
I can assure you, Mrs. Kessler, that is not the way that I work. I find that a one-time payment is much more simpler than dragging something out. After all, you can't get blood from a stone.
And what if I were to just shoot you now and save us all some trouble?
Well, yes, you could do that. It would be very foolish.
Why do you say that?
I am not alone in this little venture. I do have a partner. If I don't check in with him, the information that that we have, will become very public in a very short amount of time.
Paul, put the gun away.
All right.
Now, I know that it is Friday, and it is already after 5. So I will give you until Monday at 5 to get the money together.
Oh, you poor foolish man!
He really thinks that we're going to pay him.
What are you two laughing about? Imagine what Katie's friends at school will say if they find out.
Mr. Benjamin, you said you had a partner? Have you been with him recently?
Why is that your concern?
Because his scent will be on you. It will make it so much easier to find him.
Have we missed something? Paul and Carol Kessler do not seem as concerned about the secret of their adopted daughter. Moreover, they are amused by it. Something has turned around, and perhaps we shall find out what it is when I return with Act 3. Mr. Benjamin has arrived at the home of Paul and Carol Kessler with a secret. He is willing to keep that secret if the Kesslers pay him $20,000 blackmail. However, this only amuses the couple.
Now, just what are you two laughing about?
Oh, Paul.
Look out the window.
It really is a beautiful sunset.
I'd better go help Katie get ready for a party. It was nice meeting you, Mr. Benjamin.
Have you two lost your minds?
Oh, no, Mr. Benjamin. Not at all. Paul, why don't you call the sheriff? I'll be helping Katie. Goodbye, Mr. Benjamin.
I don't think that it would be wise to call the sheriff.
Hello, Jack. Yes, the party is still on. Oh, she definitely wants her uncle to be here for her special night. Yeah, that's right. Well, that was why I called. Carol was going to get that special present, but it seems that it's not really necessary right now. Well, it seems that some man has broken in. Oh, I think he was insane. I'm really sorry I have to put you on the spot like this and make you do some work, but he is dead. Yeah, messed up pretty bad. I really don't think there is a lot left of him. Oh, no, Jack, I have no idea who he is. Yeah, that's right. Oh, no, it won't interfere with the party. The body, or, well, what's left of it, is in my den. And we can just close the door and we'll take care of it after everyone leaves. I really appreciate this. Oh, yeah, fishing on Saturday? Hey, sounds wonderful. I think we could both use the break. Okay, Jack, I'll see you in about an hour. Thank you.
A brilliant performance, Mr. Kessler. Now, I will expect you at 5 o'clock on Monday.
Oh, I'm afraid that plans have changed. Especially for you, Mr. Benjamin. You see, your information was wrong.
My information is quite reliable, I can assure you.
Oh, you were right about her mother killing her father and then committing suicide. That much was correct, but it wasn't with a wooden stake. It was with a bullet. A silver bullet.
I think that I should leave now.
Oh, no, I think that you had better just sit there. We did promise Katie a special present. You see, Katie knows all about her parents, which is why she's been so excited to turn 16. Look out the window, Mr. Benjamin. The sun is almost gone. In a few minutes, a full moon will be rising.
Here we go, Katie. Okay, turn a little. Now, take your hands off your eyes.
Oh, Mr. Benjamin, are you still here?
Well, Katie, this is your special night, and you deserve a special present.
You mean?
That's right, sweetheart. Your very first kill.
Oh, dear God, no! This isn't how it's supposed to go. This is not what I wanted. It's so not fair. It's so not fair. Not fair at all. Not fair at all!
Now, Katie, don't be greedy. Your uncle will be here soon, and you know how much we all love and never look down on leftovers. Oh, look at her.
Which proves the point that some secrets should never be sought out. They should lay within the person, kept under lock and key, and never revealed. I'll be back shortly. I understand that the party for Katie was a huge success. Everyone had a wonderful time, even her uncle, the sheriff. Katie wasn't stingy. Everyone had a small bite. Our cast included Robert Jackson, Winslow Swan, Crimson McKenzie, and Brenna Faith. The entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan, and the story was edited by Crimson McKenzie.
Hi, it's Crimson. If you enjoy these plays, please hit that like button. That way we know. Don't forget to subscribe and share it with all your friends.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
Adam, have you noticed anything?
What are you talking about?
Look at the Earth. There's something very, very wrong.
Doc, it's Mother Earth. Big, blue, and wonderful. Personally, I cannot wait to set my feet back on terra firma.
Where are the lights?
What lights?
We should be able to see the lights from every major city down there. Where are they at?
I don't know.
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hi, this is Winslow.
This is Crimson.
And if you like what we're doing,
hit that like button.
And if you want to hear more,
subscribe.
When you sleep, you enter into another world. Beyond that world lies the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host through the Doorway to Nightmare.
I believe that this nation should commit itself to achieving the goal before this decade is out of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to the earth.
Those words were spoken by President John F. Kennedy to Congress in 1961. In 1969, man walked on the moon. The last landing on the moon was in 1971, and we have not been back since.
Adam, have you noticed anything?
What are you talking about?
Look at the Earth. There's something very, very wrong.
Doc, it's Mother Earth. Big, blue, and wonderful. Personally, I cannot wait to set my feet back on terra firma.
Where are the lights?
What lights?
We should be able to see the lights from every major city down there. Where are they at?
I don't know.
Our mystery drama, The Last Voyage of Icarus 1, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include Dave Arkhipov and Crimson McKenzie. It is sponsored in part by Swanage Press. I'll be back with Act 1. If you were lucky enough to be alive and watched as Neil Armstrong set foot on our closest heavenly neighbor, perhaps you felt a thrill. Mankind had broken the ties with Mother Earth and opened a door.
I'm not sure where to begin this report. I'm Captain Adam Krennic, commander of Icarus 1. My shipmates are Major Tom Parker, communications expert and pilot, and Dr. Emily Jennings, the real reason that we're here. She's invented a viable machine that would generate oxygen, even in a vacuum like space. It was a huge leap toward building a base on the moon. Our mission was to land on the moon and put this machine through a series of tests. I remember the day we lifted off. All systems go. Begin final countdown.
Everything reading normal.
Are you nervous, Doctor?
Yeah. Only my first mission to outer space. I mean, what's to be nervous about?
Nothing to fret over, Doc. Just remember that we're basically in a tin can sitting on approximately 500,000 gallons of fuel. It's about to be lit up in about 2 minutes.
Oh, thank goodness for Tom, the optimist. I feel so much better.
Since they started the space program again, mainly because of you, Tom and I have already made this trip 7 times, so don't worry. You're in good hands.
Yep, you're in good hands with Tom.
This is Houston Control. Everything looks okay. We're starting final countdown.
T-minus 10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Liftoff was textbook. Nothing out of the ordinary happened. We broke through the atmosphere and headed toward the moon. Well, Emily, everything you expected?
I'll tell you after my stomach settles down.
First time is always the worst. Believe me, you get used to it.
You'll have to get used to it if this test goes as planned.
You don't have to remind me.
What exactly are we doing?
Well, in short, we're going to build some sort of model of a moon base. More like an enclosed tent, biodome type thing. And inside we put the MX-80.
Oh, is that what it's called?
Well, the MX stands for Maxwell Xavier, my professor in college who guided me into this.
What's the 80 stand for?
How many times it failed before I got it right?
Are you kidding? Adam, is she kidding?
Of course I am, Tom. No. 80 was just the number that NASA assigned to it. I had no control over that.
So what is this thing supposed to do anyway?
Well, from a non-scientist point of view, it simply generates oxygen where there is none. Like the vacuum of space. I won't get into the mechanics of MX-80 unless you just want to hear it.
No, thank you. If it's all the same to you, I'll stick to my radio. By the way, Adam, Houston is sending us some new flight plans.
What?
Now, don't go all panicky on me, Skipper. They just want to make sure we hit the right spot, so they're having us go around the dark side and slingshot over to the landing zone.
Is that a problem, Captain?
I guess not. Tom, radio Houston and tell them that they can kiss my...
Orders received, awaiting computer transmissions.
It was all textbook. Nothing out of the ordinary until we hit the dark side of the moon.
Yuri Gagarin, the cosmonaut who was the first human into space, said of his voyage, "I saw for the first time how beautiful our planet is. Let us preserve and increase this beauty, and not destroy it." I'll return shortly with Act 2. New and exciting discoveries happen often in science. From pharmaceuticals to machines, they are proof of what humans are capable of doing.
The whole idea is to finally be able to build a moon base where people can not only work, but live.
Sounds like a wonderful escape.
The biggest problem was the oxygen. It would have to be ferried up every few days.
That's why I'm hoping the test on the moon will be as successful as the tests we carried out in the lab.
Oh, I'm sure it will be, Doc. Who knows? Maybe they'll build a statue of you on the moon, waving, instead of that other hand gesture that I've heard you give.
Tom.
Icarus 1, this is Houston Control. Do you read?
Go ahead, Houston.
We've transmitted the new flight plan. You should be about 10 minutes from the dark side. Everything okay there?
Green light across the board.
Okay, Icarus 1. Roger that.
See you on the flip side.
Copy that, Icarus 1.
Adam? What does Tom mean when he says, see you on the flip side?
We're going to the other side of the moon, so we will lose radio contact.
No communication at all? But what if...
Hey, Doc, it's okay. Breathe. It's only 45 minutes, and then we'll hear good old Houston again. No big deal.
If you remember your history, Apollo 8 made 10 trips around the moon. That's 10 times they lost contact with mission control.
Well, I failed every history class. Probably 10 times. So...
Yeah, but they got them back every time.
It's just, well... Okay, guys. It is my first time into space.
And you are doing a great job. Just let Tom and me handle the ship.
Approaching the dark side. Safe journey.
Everything was going just fine. Tom had brought along some Pink Floyd, which seemed appropriate. I was finishing up some of the reports that NASA always wanted. And Emily was looking at the expanse of space. I could see the smile on her face. Amazing, isn't it?
Beautiful.
Without Apollo 8, we would have never seen what this side of the moon looks like.
You mean no aliens?
No aliens. A lot of unanswered questions, but no aliens.
Perhaps if this test is successful...
And it's going to be...
By next year, we will be on the first moon base. Oh! What the hell was that?
I don't know. Tom, did you feel that?
Yeah, I'm checking the computer now for any structural damage.
Anything?
Everything looks okay.
Did something hit us?
The computer would have told us if anything was coming.
Then, what was it?
One minute before leaving the dark side.
Couldn't happen any sooner for me.
There is no dark side of the moon, really, Governor. Matter of fact, it's all dark.
Oh, thank you, Major. I kind of needed that.
Anytime, Doc, anytime. 30 seconds. We should be hearing the soft strains of the Houston Mission Control right about now. Maybe my watch is off.
Adam?
Try making contact, Tom.
Icarus 1 to Houston. Icarus 1 to Houston. Are you reading me?
Try them again.
Mission Control Houston, this is Icarus 1. Are you reading me? Gotta be somebody. Icarus 1 to Houston, we have cleared the dark side, ready for communications. Is there anyone there?
Adam, what's going on?
I don't know. Tom, run a diagnostic on the radio.
Already started.
Well?
Green light all the way across.
Maybe something came loose.
Spoken like a true scientist.
When we felt that bump, or jolt, or whatever it was, maybe it knocked something loose that the computer isn't monitoring.
She's got a point, Tom.
Okay, I'll check the inside, but this isn't like changing a fuse.
Well, Tom?
All systems check out.
Try Houston again.
Icarus 1 to Mission Control Houston. Icarus 1 to Houston. Do you read me? Still no answer.
So what do?
We scrub the mission. Get back to Earth.
What? We can't do that. I mean, just because the radio doesn't work? My number one job was to get this done. You don't understand. It costs too much money just to get us here to not do something.
And my number one job is the safety of the crew. Tom, put in the coordinates. Let's head back to Mother Earth.
Should I keep trying mission control?
Yes, I'm hoping that they're getting our transmissions.
So, how long will it take us to get back to show everyone that we're failures?
It takes about 3 days. We haven't failed. We've learned what to do and what not to do. And you've learned how to listen and be safe. Look, you can see the Earth through the portal.
So, I wanted to be on the moon, setting up for the test, watching my life's work come to fruition.
Doc, I'm sorry. I'm sure that NASA didn't count on this either.
like you said, there will be other missions.
Emily and Adam look toward the planet they call home. Tom works on the radio, still trying to reach someone on that planet. I'll return shortly with Act 3. It has now been a little over 24 hours since the Icarus 1 headed back to the Earth. As the small blue and green planet grows larger, our astronauts still worry why there is no radio contact.
Icarus 1 to Houston, come in.
Still no answer?
I can't understand it. I've checked every circuit, ran every test, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with the equipment.
Keep trying, Tom.
Adam, have you noticed something?
About what?
Part of the Earth is in darkness.
Yeah, so?
Shouldn't we be able to see the lights of some kind?
What do you mean, Doc?
I always thought that from space you could actually see city lights in the darkness.
She's right. It's all pitch black.
No, there has to be.
Oh no! What if...
What, Doc?
I was just remembering something.
Would you like to share with the rest of the class?
No, it's stupid.
Now's not the time to hold back, Emily. If you know something...
Aw, it was just a stupid radio play I heard when I was a child. It's nothing, really.
Rocket from Manhattan.
How did you know?
Someone let me in on the joke?
It was a radio play written in the 50s about 3 astronauts coming back from the moon. As they approach the Earth, they see bright flashes going off and on. They realize that there are bombs going off.
Yes, and the only radio contact is in Morse code until...
Hey, both of you, stop! Maybe there's a blackout in that part of the world. Look, it's gonna be okay. We land in about 30 hours.
Then I vote we check out the pantry. I heard they stocked it with steak last time. Steak burritos.
Later. In the meantime, Tom, do you think that perhaps the antenna on the outside is damaged?
Hey, maybe it's something that the computer isn't hooked up to. Or perhaps a faulty connection, like Dr. Jennings suggested.
But how would we even go about trying to fix it?
Looks like I get to take a walk on the outside. Save a burrito for me.
Tom did just that. It took about 2 hours altogether. When he came back into the command module, news had gotten worse. Well?
The antenna is fine. No damage at all.
But?
Whatever hit us on the dark side, it tore off some of the heat shields.
Oh, great.
What does that mean?
It means that we can't land.
Can't land?
If we hit the atmosphere without heat shields, we'll all burn up.
So what do we do?
Captain, it's your call.
Houston has to know that we're coming back. We'll just circle around, hit an orbit, and wait for a rescue.
But if the radio isn't working, and they're not expecting us for some time now, how will they know?
I don't know. That was 4 days ago. We've begun orbiting. The International Space Station was completely black when we passed it. No way to dock to it. Tom tried the radio for the umpteenth time on the 7th day, over and over. No Houston, no space station, no anybody. About an hour ago, Emily found me in the observation deck.
Adam?
Yeah, Doc?
I brought these.
What are they?
Think of them as a better way out.
What are you talking about?
You don't have to pretend. I'm not completely ignorant. We're running out of food, out of fuel, and pretty soon, out of oxygen as well.
Emily, stop it. Tom will get through to Houston. Don't worry.
You're only fooling yourself.
Okay, so what about your machine?
The MX-80 only works while stationary, with minimal gravity. That was why the moon test was so important. It only works under certain conditions.
Traveling at 5 miles per second is not one of them.
So what are you going to do?
I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go back to my bunk, strap in, take these little pills, and quietly go to sleep.
Where's Tom?
He stepped out again. Only this time, he wasn't tethered to the ship. He said something about floating away.
So this ship becomes our tomb until it falls into the atmosphere.
Adam, suffocation is such an ugly way to die. At least I offer you an alternative.
This is the last transmission of Icarus Swan. Emily didn't say how long these pills took to work, but I feel.
Houston to Icarus 1. Mission Control to Icarus 1. Hope you're still in one piece. Sorry about the radio silence. We had one hell of a solar flare. Knocked everything off the grid. You may have felt it while on the dark side. Took us this long to get the radio back up. Which, by the way, was priority 1. A lot of stuff still not working. But it won't be long. Can't wait to hear how the test went. Icarus 1, are you still with us?
Faith instead of fear is one thing scientists do not usually have. They believe in cause and effect. Should they have carried only a mustard seed of faith, they would have waited on the call from Houston. Sometimes it pays to trust and believe. I trust that you will join me back here shortly. Lewis Carroll once wrote, "If you don't know where you are going, any road will do, unless that road happens to be a dead end." Our cast included Dave Arkhipov, Ezra J.D. Emmons, Crimson McKenzie, and William Stafford. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan.
So did you like the story today?
Yes, I did.
Well, why don't you hit that like button?
I think I will.
Would you like to hear more stories?
I sure would.
Then why don't you hit that subscribe button?
Can I share it to all my friends?
Would you please?
Oh, thank you.
Doorway to Nightmare is brought to you in part by Swanage Press. This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the Doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it. When you sleep, you enter into another world. Beyond that world lies the doorway to...
Ho, ho, ho!
No, no, no! Not now, Fred.
Too early? I love this time of the year.
Oh, yes. Wonderful time. Crowds at the stores, traffic,
gas going up, electric bills galore, and the same music over and over and over and over and over in every store you walk into. Lovely.
Did you have to bring it up, Fred?
Well, I have a wonderful idea.
Uh-oh. Here it comes.
What is it, Fred?
The perfect solution to lift your spirit, so to speak.
Vodka? Am I right? So what's your idea? Sorry.
A Christmas party.
Oh, Fred, please don't go there.
Oh, we can put up lights, a tree.
No party.
Some decorations, candles.
Fred.
Some horse
No party.
duvers, maybe a little punch.
Fred! No party!
But why?
Just leave it alone, Fred.
But it would be so much fun. You could invite some people over. I could invite some ghosts over and...
Fred, the holiday that I love the most is Halloween. Christmas is just... Well, look, forget it. No party, and that's final.
Dorothy, you know, Fred and I did string up almost 13,000 lights and a whole lot of decorations for Halloween for you. Why don't we give Fred a break and let him have his party?
We did that for everybody. You know Halloween's my favorite holiday, the one I actually get into. I'm not rearranging the Halloween lights for Christmas. The end.
Oh, that's okay, Stan. I understand. I just thought it might be nice.
Why is it so important to you?
My wife, well, you met her. It was hard when I was alive, and we could never celebrate, and I just thought...
You're just trying to make me feel bad. Stop it! You know I have a soft heart, dang it. Okay, but only a small one. Stan, maybe you can invite the Carsons.
You mean my boss and his ghost-seeing wife? Are you serious?
The perfect blend of Halloween and Christmas. Fred, who would you invite?
Really? Oh, well, I could invite... well, there's... let me see. I could ask...
It's okay, Fred. Look, I've never been one to celebrate, but for you, we will make it the best party ever.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Peters, and you too, Stan.
Why do I think that this is a really bad idea?
Stan. Okay, sometimes you're right, but you think everything is a bad idea. Thank you so much, Nellie.
Can I give you a hand, Mrs. Peters?
Oh, yes, please, Fred. Thank you.
What is this?
It's eggnog from Nellie next door.
Nosy Nellie?
Fred! That's not very nice.
She's always looking over here, always snooping around the backyard and peeking out of her window.
She hasn't seen you, has she, Fred?
Well, she can't see me, not like you and Stan, but she could have seen some things floating around.
You mean like that bowl of eggnog you're carrying?
That would be one example.
Just put the bowl down next to this one.
2 eggnog bowls?
I may not enjoy Christmas like most people, but I do enjoy some eggnog.
Mrs. Peters, can I tell you something?
Absolutely, Fred.
And you won't be angry?
What did you do this time?
Well, I sort of tasted the eggnog.
Well, what's wrong with that? I'm just adding a few things to each bowl. Little cinnamon, maybe some nutmeg on top, and it should taste wonderful.
Well, you see, I just dipped my finger in one of the bowls and just took a small taste.
Was it good?
Oh, yes, it was very good. The only thing is, I think that a little of my ectoplasm got into it.
Is that bad?
Not sure. I mean, I don't know what it might do to someone who is still alive, but I do know what it will do to a ghost.
How bad could it be?
Well, remember that New Year's Eve party last year that you and Stan went to, and you wound up having to drive home because...
Don't remind me. Okay, so which bowl did you stick your finger in?
Oh, it was the one with the cinnamon on top.
Fred! They both have cinnamon on top.
Oh, no. Then don't drink the eggnog.
So nice of you to invite us, Mrs. Peters.
Stan, you did a great job on those decorations outside.
Thank you, Mr. Carson.
It's Jack, remember?
You're a partner now.
Old habits die hard.
And Dorothy, you must give me the recipe for this delicious eggnog.
Oh, well, Nellie, our next-door neighbor brought it over.
Oh, what a nice neighbor she is.
I'll have to get it from her.
Oh, do you know Nellie?
Why, yes, we've been friends for quite some time, and this is so delicious.
I just hope she drank the right one. I'm getting a little tipsy.
Behave.
What?
Oh, not you, Mr. Carson. I mean Jack.
Is there something wrong, Stan?
Oh, no, not at all.
Oh, just little old me hanging around. Pardon me.
I hear your dog sitting again.
Well, we couldn't say no. Besides, Tate's such a good buoy.
Dorothy, I've been meaning to ask you, who is the rather distinguished gentleman in the blue coat?
What gentleman?
Oh my, I'm afraid that the eggnog is getting to me.
Millie, I warned you earlier.
Oh, pish-posh. Now, who might you be, sir?
Are you talking to me?
Of course I am. Who else would I be talking to?
Oh, well, I am Dread Frashington Wabus. Frabus. Just call me Fred.
Well, you are certainly in the spirit of things.
In more ways than one.
Who are you talking to, Millie?
Fred, of course.
The goldfish. We call the goldfish Fred.
I'm not a full dish.
Dot, I told you that this was a bad idea.
Carols. We should sing.
Can I see you in the kitchen?
Well, you can see me anywhere.
Now? I think Fred needs some fresh water. Fred, what's wrong with you?
I'm fine. I'm perfectly fine. Oops, sorry about that.
Oh my gosh, get a hold of yourself and tell me why Millie can see you.
Well, I told you I wasn't sure what my plectoasm would do to a living being. A person who's alive.
Oh my gosh, I need to make a phone call.
What's going on?
Our resident ghost spiked the eggnog. Now Millie can see him too.
That's just lovely.
I have got to call control.
Yes, Mrs. Peters. What can I do for you?
We have a bit of a situation.
Don't you always?
Fred accidentally got some of his ectoplasm in the eggnog, and one of our friends drank it.
Is Fred drinking it as well?
Yes, but...
Perhaps I should send Digger to straighten things out.
The inspector? I really don't think that's...
Let me be the judge of what is necessary.
But the last time that Digger came, Fred failed his test. We don't want to lose Fred because he
isn't for Fred, Mrs. Peters. It is for Millie.
You mean you're going to take her tonight?
Nothing as drastic as that. Don't worry. This is nothing new to us.
Mrs. Peters, I'm sorry about how my wife is acting. First she sees ghosts that aren't there, and now she appears to be talking to your goldfish. Maybe I should take her home.
We all have a little bit too much sometimes, and besides, I think there's a storm outside. I wouldn't want you guys to drive all the way home across town in this weather.
We should be okay.
We do have a guest bedroom. That's what it's for. Humor me with your safety and just spend the night. Please.
Great. Now she's singing.
Dot, Jack, you might want to come back into the living room.
What's going on?
You've got to see it to believe it.
Wow, Fred, you are a remarkable dancer.
Millie, what are you doing?
I'm just dancing with Fred.
The goldfish?
I'll get it.
Hello again, Mrs. Peters.
Okay, before I let you in, what are you planning to do?
Nothing very serious. I've brought a sort of antidote for the spiked drink.
Is that for Fred?
Oh, heavens no. It is for the unfortunate human who has ingested the ectoplasm. Of course, she may not like herself in the morning.
So, how do you get it to her?
Very simply, you must put it in her next drink.
Think I can do that?
Believe me, it's the only way.
Oh, Freddie, you are impossible.
No, I'm very possible.
And quite handsome as well.
Millie, perhaps you should go lie down.
But I'm having fun, Jackson. Don't you remember that? Fun?
I think the goldfish has had enough.
Hey, here, Millie. I made you a drink.
Oh, thank you, dear. However, I am getting a little tipsy.
Aw, this should help a bit.
Oh, Fred.
Millie!
It wasn't me. It was Fred.
The goldfish? I really think it is time for you to go to bed.
Fred, so you enjoy swimming?
I used to.
Jack, do you think we could get Fred a membership at the club? They have such a lovely pool.
Yeah, it's definitely time for bed.
Hope to see you in the morning at breakfast, you handsome creature.
It's the first door on the right at the top of the stairs, and it has its own bath.
Thank you, Stan. I apologize for Millie. She doesn't usually get this bad, especially with eggnog.
Oh, good morning, all.
Please, not so loud.
It serves you right, Frederick.
Oh, I promise I will never, ever drink again.
And this time you mean it.
Oh, and I also promise never to ask for another Christmas party again.
Oh, Fred. It's not that I don't like Christmas. It's just all the commercialism. The stores start decorating in July while skipping over my Halloween.
I'm really sorry. Oh, my head.
Let's just not bring that up again.
Oh, I don't know. I actually had a good time. Seeing Fred and Billy together was, well, quite entertaining.
So, you really had a good time?
Fred, if every Christmas party was as good as this one, you're more than welcome to have one a year.
Our play, Haunting Hosts the Holidays, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow, Swan, and Crimson McKenzie. Our stars included William Stafford, Crimson McKenzie, Winslow Swan, Dave Arkhipov, Annie Mick, Carter Sheriff, and Mark Wheeler. The entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan.
Hi, this is Crimson. Just wanted to say Happy Christmas or Merry Hanukkah or whatever makes your heart smile. Lots of love to you all.
Hello, this is William Stafford, wishing you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Hey, this is Carter, wishing you all a Happy New Year.
Hi, I'm Britta Faith, and I wanted to wish all the listeners a very happy holiday season.
Hello, this is Robert Jackson, and I am wishing you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. It has been a huge honor and a privilege of playing multiple characters for Mr. Winslow Swan and the lovely Crimson. Wish you all good times, good luck, good vibes, and, yeah, plus ultra. That's pretty much all I've got.
Hi, this is Ezra J.D. Emmons, wishing everyone a happy holidays and a happy new year.
Good evening, this is Mark Wheeler, just wanting to wish you and your family and all your loved ones peace and a happy holiday.
Hi guys, this is Annie Mick.
And Dave Arkhipov.
We want to wish you all a Merry Christmas.
And a Happy New Year.
Stay happy.
Stay healthy.
Stay kind.
And stay in touch.
We love you.
Hey, this is Raven.
And this is Patience.
And we just wanted to wish you all a Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays.
And this is Winslow Swan, wanting to personally thank everyone involved in Season 2. It was hard under the circumstances due to the pandemic, but we managed. Thanks to the voice talents of Crimson McKenzie, William Stafford, Mark Wheeler, Carter Sheriff, Robert Jackson, Brenna Faith, Raven Adams, Patience Adams, Julie Sanders, Kristen Buress, Annie Mick, Dave Arkhipov, and our newest member, Ezra J.D. Emmons. We're in production for Season 3, premiering in January. And until then, may you all have a wonderful holiday and a great new year.
And from all of us behind the doorway to Nightmare, happy holidays.